Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Peace talks are scheduled to take place in Pakistan hours before the US-Iran ceasefire ends. Meanwhile, Israel and Lebanon prepare for a second round of discussions in Washington, but Hezbollah continues to reject negotiations. And a new era for Apple. The tech giant announces the promotion of longtime hardware boss John Ternus to succeed Tim Cook. The US says it's confident peace talks with Iran will go ahead in Pakistan. That's despite mixed messages about them joining. Vice President J.D. Vance was due to lead negotiations in Islamabad today, whilst Iran has warned it has new cards on the battlefield if fighting resumes. The two-week temporary ceasefire ends on Wednesday night, with President Donald Trump keen for a deal rather than an extension to the truce. We can now go live to Washington to speak to Norman Rule, former National Intelligence Manager for Iran at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Norman, as always, great to have you on the show. Pakistan says it's preparing for US and Iranian delegations, but as uncertainty continues over peace negotiations, do you think both sides are going to meet in Pakistan to hash out a deal or a framework?
Good evening. The negotiations appear to be fragile, but both sides have significant reasons to hold these talks. It appears the Iranians are going to try to appear as if the Americans are giving a concession by showing up before they are willing to put their people on a plane so that they can have some indication of strength over the Americans. The U.S. boarded a second ship last night. The Iranians are looking for some sign of weakness or concession from the Americans that they can hold up to their hardliners, and that hasn't occurred yet. And this is a challenge for the Iranian hardliners to demonstrate a success on their side. So for this reason, there's some reason to believe the negotiations may not take place, but I'm still hopeful.
You say that you're still hopeful. We're just hearing from the White House, actually. An official says Vance has not left for the Iran talks. But we know, Norman, the ceasefire is expected to expire on Wednesday, which is, of course, tomorrow. Trump's warning America would resume attacks on Iran if a deal is not reached soon. Why does Trump not want a ceasefire? And does this signal possible escalation if nothing is reached?
No, I think the president has said he does want a ceasefire, but the Iranians have to want a ceasefire as well. So if the Vice President Vance does not get on a plane, that is because he has been told by the government of Pakistan that the Iranians will not attend peace talks. So if there are no peace talks, there is no reason to extend a ceasefire. Now, we must keep in mind that the Iranian closure of the Strait of Hormuz is causing untold pain to not just the international economy, but to the developing world as well. So the Iranians cannot hold the international economy hostage forever. That's just not going to stand. And the president has made this clear. So this is not a case where the United States doesn't want a ceasefire. It's a case where the Iranians are continuing the war just by other means.
It's quite interesting because today in a CNBC interview, Trump said that he didn't want to extend the ceasefire. So maybe do you think he's hedging his bets that Tehran will come to the table?
Well, what the president is saying is that if the talks don't take place, he won't extend the ceasefire. He is being quite clear. He is, if the talks do take place, if the talks are productive, then I suspect a ceasefire will be extended. That would be an appropriate move for the United States to undertake, and it would be in Iran's interests. Iran would have an opportunity to gain sanctions relief and to continue to resume a normal economy, and for the government to refrain from enduring the pain of American attacks. But again, they have to want that situation as well.
And you touched on this a little bit earlier, Norman, but Tehran said it will not engage with negotiations while facing threats such as the US blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. Trump is obviously refusing to lift this. Both sides just appear to have this maximalist position. Which side do you think is going to actually blink first? Who needs this more?
Well, each side will claim that the other needs this more, but the reality is that the United States is not going to lift this blockade before the ceasefire ends, and it's likely that hostilities will resume. Iran likely believes that the international economy will crack first and that it can endure months of pain, economic pain. But there are some issues. Iran is running low on gasoline. Its inflation is rising. Its imports are being denied. And that a resumption of military strikes by the United States would be devastating. Now, of course, the missile and drone attacks it would undertake would also be powerful as well. And that would be painful for the Gulf, and the United States would do everything it can to prevent that. But that would be Iran's hope. And of course, the United States would likely begin operations to clear the Strait of Hormuz as well. So this was also likely to follow in the future.
And it's really interesting because shipping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz remains completely limited at the moment. And the IEA chief has described the war as the biggest energy crisis in history. Why has the US, which has this far superior military, been unable to open this key economic waterway? Because last week on Friday, Donald Trump did use his social media and say Iran will never close the strait again. And then they did.
Well, it's a question of how you use the tools to open the waterway. If you use the tools militarily, you're going to risk an extension of the conflict, which had powerful actions against the GCC through the missile and drone attacks, as well as the impact that had on the international economy. Diplomacy has been given a chance through a ceasefire. That is a tool by the United States, and a blockade is an ancillary tool of that process. But that's not a forever tool either. So that's why the president is saying he's not going to continue a ceasefire as a long-term operation. So it's appropriate for the president to say, I'm giving the ceasefire a chance. If it doesn't work, I'm going to resume military operations.
And Norman, Iran is obviously using rhetoric at the moment. The US is too, as these talks hang in the balance. But Iran says it has new cards on the battlefield. What exactly do you think Iran is talking about here?
It doesn't have new cards. It will have moved some of its missile launchers from undercover, and there has been some imagery of this that has been shown on international media. But if you've seen imagery of the launchers being uncovered, one can assume that that same imagery may have followed where the launchers have been taken. Iran has likely moved some of its other personnel to positions where they can resume firing. So Iran will likely continue missile, drone, and cyber attacks against its neighbors, and has moved some of its personnel into the Strait of Hormuz. But one can also note the United States has moved a third aircraft carrier task force to the region with a massive amount of military power that is brought with that. So the United States' capacity in the region is significantly greater than a few weeks ago. Iran cannot compete with that.
And could Israel's military activity in Lebanon complicate, delay, or possibly derail talks between the US and Iran? Because this also appears to be a major sticking point. So we see the second theater of war carrying on despite a ceasefire.
Well, I would shift the question a bit. The United States has worked with Israel, and Israel has agreed to a ceasefire and is now directly in contact with the Lebanese government for the first time in history, working through talks that we hope will go to discussions on border agreements that really need to be done to bring about normalization of relationships. So it comes down to Lebanese Hezbollah, which is an Iranian proxy and a terrorist organization. It's not the Lebanese government. So if the Lebanese Hezbollah attacks Israel, Israel has a right to defend itself. That's not an Israeli violation of a ceasefire. That's Israel defending itself and needs to be characterized that way. So this is up to Lebanese Hezbollah and the Lebanese government ability to contain that.
Norman Rule, it's always really good to have your analysis. Thank you for your time with me today.
You're welcome.
Let's continue this conversation with Zafar Nawaz Jaspal, Professor of International Relations at QAU. Professor, great to have you on the show. Just before we get into our conversation, I've just had a breaking news line that comes from Iranian state TV. It says the ceasefire to expire at midnight GMT, so that's in a matter of hours. Pakistan is urging both the US and Iran to extend their 2-week ceasefire. Time's rapidly running out. Does Pakistan have enough leverage and influence to get both sides at the table at such a critical point?
My understanding is that Pakistan has a pursuing capability as a mediator or facilitator. If somebody is thinking that we can dictate them, it's not correct. Yes, we are communicating, convincing them, pursuing them, and so far we have been successful. We started this process since, you can say, start of the war, and we were able to bring both sides on the table last week, 11th and 12th April. However, we were very much optimistic because when the Field Marshal visited the Iran and Iranian opened the Strait of Hormuz, we were very confident that things will move on the positive trajectory. Mm-hmm. But then the ship issue started. The Americans blocked it and captured the ship, a new dimension added. Now, Americans are willing to come to Islamabad, and it was mentioned by Trump that his team will be here in the next morning, after 10 hours down the road. But Iranians are still not clear. So they are having a brinksmanship, and they wanted to show their hardliners or new leadership that they have a firmness to stand. Please keep in your mind that in Iran, there is a vacuum. The hardliners are taking over, and they cannot afford, because they are politicized, and they have also, you can say, give a tinge of ideology to this resistance. So it's not easy for them. So we can only persuade them, but we cannot dictate them.
And Iran has continued to make it clear it's not going to Islamabad unless the US naval blockade is lifted. The US and Iran appear in a standoff over who will actually fly to Islamabad first. You said the US has signaled their willingness to go. So do you think it will be the US that puts their foot forward first? But also, how embarrassing is it going to be if J.D. Vance arrives there and there's no one to talk to?
I think that it will be a show. And the United States has given it more leverage to the Iranians in this context, and it reflects America's confidence in their power, confidence that the Iranians will come. And that's why they are saying, okay, even if Iranians are going for brinksmanship, we can move ahead. If they think that we are chicken out, no. Because this is a very dangerous situation. If the J.D. Vance comes and Iranians at the last moment continues not, because definitely they have given us some kind of assurances to Pakistani leadership that they will definitely join the talks. Only they are wanted some kind of a symbolic, and Americans are ready to give them. But in the talks, the problem is that without the talks, there will be no more extension of the ceasefire. It has already, I think, extended 24 hours, and next day it will be expiring. So the prerequisite for Iranians is to stop the fire on them, lethal, devastating strikes from the American side, that is, that they can come for a talk, and then on the table they can prolong or whatever they can claim. So this is a very critical situation, not only for the Iran region, but more for the Iranians. And they have already taken, or what the Americans confidently shown them, that, okay, J.D. Vance is coming. Now, when they announce that it is coming, I think there's no way to the Iranians. Only reason is that Iranians saying that first you open the Strait of Hormuz and the blockade and release the ship. I think during the negotiation, they can demand these things.
And it's really interesting because you say we're at a critical situation right now, and Donald Trump was speaking a little bit earlier to CNBC, and he said US military is ready to go. They had been restocking during the ceasefire, so things do appear critical if a deal is not reached. But how has Pakistan been able to help rebuild trust between the US and Iran? Because we've spoken about a vacuum in Iran when it comes to who's in power, but there's also a massive vacuum when it comes to trust.
It's just important. You very rightly pointed out that Pakistan succeeded in building a trust in the last nearly 2 months. But unfortunately, at the last moment, both sides are stuck to that. They have shown flexibility. When they started, for example, on 11th April and ended the negotiations on 12th April, we noticed that they started from the maximalist position and they adopted a flexible, you can say, stances, and ultimately there is some kind of consensus on substantial issue. Of course, 2 issues were left, nuclear and Hormuz. The same thing was that encouraging, and that's why our leadership, especially Field Marshal, went straight to Iran, and he was continuously in touch with the American leaders. So the exchanges were taking place. Similarly, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif visited you can say, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Turkey. But now, at last, one move, as you know, that one fire, missed one wrong step in the wrong direction, scuttle everything. Unfortunately, we are now at the balance at such a critical situation where we are promising both sides that negotiation or dialogue is the only way out, and it will be disaster for both the states. But you have to keep in mind, both sides need, and both sides are trapped with their commitment, domestic commitment. President Trump is trapped with what his own words, what he's saying in what breath. Same is that because of the, you can say, decapitation of the senior leadership in Iran, there was a vacuum. And the young hardliners, revenges are there. So it's difficult for the, you can say, Speaker of the National Assembly, Foreign Minister, to act more rationally and sensibly and and ignore these revenges, or what you call it, hardliners in Tehran. So he has to take into account the domestic situation or domestic lobby. And same is with the President Trump. He wanted some kind of a rhetorical, even, my understanding it, not even a tangible, at least some kind of a rhetorical victory, or that he has a trophy that he has snubbed them. So I think he has a better chance to move, because his demand was opening of the Hormuz. And once again, why he blocked it? Just to create. And now I'm feeling that he's not looking escalate to de-escalate. He's interested in off-ramp, but with a bang, that he's off-ramping by snubbing, and which this snub Iran is not ready to accept, because they have already prepared for asymmetrical warfare, which they fought, and they think that they can bear the pain of the war. This is a critical situation, which is very alarming, and that's why I said Pakistan can persuade them. Pakistan can communicate between them. Pakistan can, you can say, individually highlight the devastating and impact or global meltdown. On the one side, maybe Trump has some kind of a thinking, but Trump will be only feel pain or when there is a inflation or when the challenge within the United States. Otherwise, global economic meltdown. For Iranians, they think that they are already devastated. Who cares? Who else will be devastated? For them, this morality is, I think, has gone thing. And whereas for the Trump, if he thinks, he has already distanced himself from the Europeans, from the NATO, from the other leaders where the rationality was, you can say, demanded. So the situation is very critical from both sides.
And just a breaking news line as we wrap up this interview, Professor. Iran Foreign Ministry spokesman says no Iranian decision yet to attend talks, and that's according to the state TV. I guess where we stand right now comes as no surprise. We'll see what happens in the coming hours. Professor Zafar Nawaz Jaspal, as always, good to have your thoughts.
Thank you. Welcome.
Now, the US State Department will host the second round of talks between Lebanon and Israel this Thursday as the two countries continue to negotiate a peace plan. It follows last week's ceasefire announcements, which saw a pause in fighting between Israel and Iran-backed proxy Hezbollah, while Lebanon's President Joseph Aoun is still keen to reach an agreement with Israel. Hezbollah has called negotiations futile. Let's get the thoughts and opinions of Daniel Levy, president of the US Middle East Project and a former Israeli negotiator at the time of the Oslo Accords. Daniel, as always, really good to have you on the show. Israel's defense minister has threatened to kill the leader of Hezbollah again, saying the chief would pay with his head, and also said anyone who raises a hand against Israel will have it cut off. Does this thirst for blood signal Israel wants to continue bombing Lebanon?
It's a rhetorical question, right, Leigh Ann? Because, yes, clearly, Israel did not want to start a ceasefire in Lebanon. Israel is looking to end the ceasefire. It apparently took an American insistence for Lebanon to be part of the ceasefire package. It was initially set out by the Pakistani mediator. You've just been hearing from someone there that Lebanon was part of the package. The Israelis denied, the Americans went back and forward, and then they insisted on this on the Israeli side. Of course, the ceasefire has only been partial. Israel continues to be inside Lebanese territory, quite deep inside Lebanese territory, has continued to conduct operations, has prevented the 1.2 million displaced Lebanese civilians from returning to their homes, and is issuing these threats. But it's all so familiar, isn't it? This idea that you kill one more person, you chop off some more hands, whatever that means, you kill another leader, and that's going to resolve your problem. That's never the case. You need to be able to offer a political plan. It needs to be realistic. It needs to be able to achieve some buy-in from the other side. And that is absolutely absent from Israeli thinking at the moment. They can show up in front of the cameras. They can sit round a table with the flags, quite far-reaching of Lebanon to agree to do that under these circumstances. But Israel, its ambassador to the US, its defense minister, its prime minister, bring nothing to the table that is intended to be acceptable to the Lebanese.
And it's really interesting because as you and I are just chatting to each other, Daniel, Israeli military says Hezbollah launched several rockets towards soldiers in southern Lebanon. We also know several southern Lebanese towns and villages have reportedly been affected by these ongoing Israeli strikes. So we talk about the fact that there's absence when it comes to these talks and actual concrete things happening in order to move on to a deal. What do you think the missing link is here? Is it the fact that Hezbollah is not part of it?
No, the missing link is that Israel can get away with it. As soon as Israel is effectively challenged in pursuing its maximalist goals, and whether that's the genocide against the Palestinians, whether that's dragging America into a war against Iran, which has impacted the entire region, whether it's the capture of territory inside Syria, or indeed what we're discussing, which is what Israel is doing in Lebanon. As long as Israel is able to act with impunity, as long as there is neither a diplomatic, political way of pressuring Israel, creating a different incentive structure, creating costs for Israel's extremism, sanctioning Israel, or until there is an effective military containment capacity, that's where we are now. Until there are those things, Israel will continue to put unreasonable proposals on the so-called negotiating table and will continue to try to act to extend its military domination. Israel is violating Lebanese sovereignty. Of course, it continues to do so. And what Israel is really putting out there to the Lebanese government is either you kill your own people and engage in a civil war, or we will kill your people. It's not a choice that any Lebanese government would want to have to take. That doesn't mean that there aren't issues that need to be addressed and that can be resolved. And you have a Lebanese government, and you're showing the president there, Aoun, you have a Lebanese government that is looking to establish a different dispensation in Lebanon. But if it's done so because Israel is bombing and pushing, then that further undermines the legitimacy and credibility of any domestic Lebanese process. Israel has come to the table and has forced Lebanon to the table, having conducted one of the most ugly, aggressive, destructive strikes against not Hezbollah, but against a broad cross-section of Lebanese communities and Lebanese civilians on the day the ceasefire was announced. And so that makes the chap who's in our picture now in an extremely precarious position, President Joseph Aoun, and anyone who wants to try and reach an agreement. And that's not circumstance. That's not coincidence. That's by design. And only by challenging Israeli impunity will you change these dynamics.
And we talk about what Israel is doing at the moment, and we speak about Gaza a lot. We've followed what happened in Gaza. Now we're seeing what's happening in Lebanon. And you also mentioned there that Israel could have been part of the reason why the US got involved in the war with Iran. There's lots of different takes on this. But is the US the only country that could possibly put pressure on Israel to stop its military activity in Lebanon? Where do we see an off-ramp here when it comes to Israel? Because what you're explaining to me is they almost have carte blanche.
Right. They have carte blanche in terms of the ability to cause destruction, continue war. They don't have carte blanche in determining all the outcomes that they want, because that hasn't happened. There's lots of destruction, but they haven't got what they wanted, not in Gaza, not in Lebanon, not in Iran. I don't think it's a question of interpretation as to whether this war would have happened were it not for Israel. I think this has been quite clearly documented. You can make the case why the US, for its geopolitical reasons, would come into this war. I don't think it's a compelling case unless and until you put Israel into the equation. And there is now the thoroughly reported a case of what happened in the White House in the Situation Room, where Netanyahu and the Israeli military chiefs sold a story to a hollowed-out American administration and convinced the president to do something that none of his predecessors, all of whom had been very generous to Israel in creating a permissive environment for Israel's crimes against Palestinians, but none of them had gone for the stupid war against Iran. But as to your question of how do you then stop this, the greatest leverage, the most obvious leverage, the immediate capacity to tell Israel to stop, and it has to, lies with America. So that's clearly the case. But you can look elsewhere, and you should look elsewhere as well. First of all, there are states that have leverage with the US. There are states that have leverage elsewhere. There are states in the region impacted by this. They could be doing more to hold Israel to account. Then you have, for instance, Israel's greatest trade partner, where Israel plays in international tournaments, where Israeli tourists travel, where Israel does a lot of its arms trade. That's Europe. Europe today made the decision not to revisit its trade agreements with Israel, for instance. So it doesn't just end with the US. There are plenty of others who should and could have a role to play.
Yeah, it's really interesting, Europe's decision today. I wish we had more time, Daniel, to delve into that. But sadly, we're out. Daniel Levy, it was so good to get your thoughts. Thank you for your time with me.
Thank you, Leigh Ann.
Thank you. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. A gunman in Mexico has killed a Canadian woman at a popular tourist site. Footage showed a man firing his weapon from the top of the Teotihuacan pyramids as people did source cover. At least 13 people were injured as they looked for safety. 21-year-old American musician David Burke has pleaded not guilty to murdering 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. The victim was found dismembered in the trunk of the artist's car in Hollywood last year. Burke faces a maximum prison sentence of life without parole as prosecutors decide whether to seek the death penalty. A former UK Foreign Office official has been giving evidence today over the vetting process of a former US Ambassador Peter Mandelson. Ollie Robbins, who was sacked from his position, told MPs there was a dismissive attitude at Number 10 over Mandelson's clearance. Keir Starmer said officials made a deliberate decision not to tell him Mandelson had failed security vetting. And the 4 contenders vying to become the next UN Secretary-General are facing live hearings today and tomorrow. Chile's Michelle Bachelet, Argentina's Rafael Grossi and Costa Rica's Rebecca Greenspan and Senegal's Macky Sall are competing for a 5-year term as the head of the global organization. Apple has named John Ternus as its next CEO, promoting him from his role in hardware engineering. Ternus has worked at Apple for 25 years and has been heavily involved in some of the biggest products, including iPads and AirPods. But analysts and investors have expressed concern over Tim Cook's replacement after 15 years in charge, where he's increased Apple's market value by $3.6 trillion. I'm now joined by tech analyst Gregory Evans. Gregory, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. So why, after 15 years, is Tim Cook stepping down as the CEO of Apple? And the big thing is, were you surprised about this announcement? What did the tech world make of it?
Well, first, thank you for having me, Leigh Ann. And I have to say, we're really not shocked. He's been there for almost 30 years, okay? Tim Cook has brought a lot to Apple. Now, because they went internal, Apple has proven over history that you have to stay inside. Hiring people from the inside to run Apple has worked for them. When Tim Cook took over the company, they were worth $350 billion. Now they're worth almost $4 trillion. I mean, just think about that. In 15 years, $4 trillion, bigger than the United States debt. Okay? So you have to think about that. So hiring on the inside only made sense. And what we do know about John is that he's one of those people who knows how to think outside the box. He took regular headphones, the iPods that Tim Cook came up with, and they turned those iPods into what? Hearing aids. So everybody who has one now can hear even better. For those who don't, it's more than just listening to music. It's actually a medical device at the same time. That's revolutionary. And he was one in charge of that. And you can also tell, same thing that happened with Tim. When you watch the Apple product releases, John always came out. And that's the same thing Tim did when Steve was taking over, was running it. So we saw his faces. They were introducing him little by little over the years on ideas and products that he came up with.
And, you know, it's so fascinating because, of course, John Ternus is a name that many of us know if we follow the stock markets and we know about Apple. So I guess it's not a surprise, as you do say. But some argue it's a strange choice to have a head of hardware actually come and step up into this big CEO role. And that's because, let's be honest, Gregory, AI is completely dominant right now when we look across the tech sector, especially.
Yes, but here's the thing about AI. It's not there yet. They're not going to be able to take over the roles of CEO and think outside the box, okay? We got to remember one thing, too. I've been saying this for years. When it comes to the technology world and what works, you have three types of people. You have business people who don't really understand tech, but they understand business and marketing and the consumer. Then you have people who are very technical. Okay, they don't understand business and marketing, but they can develop, they can build. Okay, so the people at the top will be the ones telling them what to do, but it's hard for those two to communicate. Then you have the third person. This is the one like Tim, John, Zuckerberg, and the others who understand business at the exact same time they understand how to work and develop the product. So it's different. And in Apple has proven time over time that it works. Just remember one thing. Tim started the company. I'm not Tim. Steve started the company. Then he was kicked out and they brought an outsider in. That didn't work for Apple. And then they got rid of him and brought Steve Jobs back into the company to run it and built it back up. So you have to think about Apple is doing what works.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you say, it's in-house when it comes to Apple. And we think about Steve Jobs, of course, Tim Cook, now John Ternus. But when Tim Cook became the leader of the world's most important tech company, Steve Jobs gave him a really good piece of advice. He said, don't ask what I would do, just do the right thing. Do you think John Ternus will benefit from this advice? Because the interesting thing is, though, when it comes to John Ternus, we have to remember that Cook is going to stay in place for a little while.
Oh, you just went out in my ear.
Oh, no, I was just saying to you, what advice do you think Tim Cook will be giving John Ternus?
I think he's going to say, and he's already been working with them. They've already sat down and had drinks, cigars together and says, okay, this is what's going to work. It's been working. I trust you. You're going to go ahead and take this to the next level. And I believe that he's going to get the same speech that Steve gave to Tim, and Tim's going to pass it on to John. And I believe that's going to work. And he's been grooming him. Now, we don't know everything's happened from the outside, but we do see John's face over the years doing product releases and talking about how great each product that comes out. And he played his position. Now it's time for him to step up. He's the franchise player, like on any basketball team or football team or whatever. He's the guy who's going to be the man. So this should not be new, because Apple, one thing they're very good at is winning.
Just a final thought from you. We've only got 60 seconds, but what will Apple's breakout product be in the coming years under John, do you think?
Well, I hope it's, to me, I hope it's the new phone that's coming out, okay? Because I have all Apple products, but my phone is a Samsung because it's more geared towards business. Apple products have been more geared towards the consumer, the creators, the influencers taking selfies. As a business person, we need more of that. So hopefully they can catch up and become innovators there.
I'm very disappointed. I have an Apple phone here, Apple Watch, Apple AirPods. You know why? Because it's for the consumers who find it all so easy. But let's see if they bring in a business one for you. Gregory Evans, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Authorities in Japan are warning a stronger earthquake could still strike after a powerful offshore tremor triggered tsunami alerts along the country's northern coast. A rare advisory has been issued, urging residents to remain ready to evacuate at short notice. Chris Gilbert has this report.
Communities along Japan's northern coast are familiar with earthquakes, tsunamis, and the sound of sirens. Monday's powerful 7.7 magnitude quake struck just off Iwate Prefecture. While it did not bring the devastation of previous disasters, the danger has not passed yet. The tremor was felt across a wide area, halting trains across Japan's north and shaking buildings hundreds of kilometers away in Tokyo. At this Yamagata Prefecture ramen shop, the shaking was strong enough to send objects swinging and liquid spilling from containers. Officials say they are still working to assess the full impact.
At this point, we have not received any reports of casualties or property damages, but I have been informed that the situation is still being assessed about damages.
Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi is urging residents to stay alert.
As a precaution in response to the aftershock advisory, which is expected to remain in effect for about a week, please ensure you are prepared to evacuate immediately and always carry your emergency supplies with you.
Tsunami waves were recorded along parts of the coast, though smaller than first feared. Earlier warnings of waves up to 3 meters were later downgraded. Evacuation orders were issued to more than 170,000 people across a wide stretch of northern Japan. Officials are still warning those in coastal areas not to take risks.
In areas under a tsunami warning, please evacuate to higher ground or designated evacuation buildings, any safe, elevated location, and pay close attention to tsunami-related information. Please do not leave your safe location until the warning is lifted.
A rare advisory now warns a stronger quake could follow in the coming days. Experts say the probability is higher than normal. For now, authorities are urging continued vigilance as aftershocks and the threat of another quake remain. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
A reminder of our top stories. Peace talks are scheduled to take place in Pakistan hours before the US-Iran ceasefire ends. Meanwhile, Israel and Lebanon prepare for a second round of discussions in Washington, but Hezbollah continues to reject negotiations. And a new era for Apple. The tech giant announces the promotion of longtime hardware boss John Ternus to succeed Tim Cook. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. Donald Trump has reverted back to his tried and tested playbook, talking tough on the eve of crucial talks. But will it work this time? The region is holding its breath ahead of a second round of US-Iran ceasefire negotiations. As we enter week 8 of the war, we'll debate the latest. Stay with us. That's coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabbas Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordo nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza war in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah, and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days. During which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program. The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capability. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد شهید گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq. With the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes, the confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory, a move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, where the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years.
There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you had the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
American political scientist and activist Professor Norman Finkelstein giving, as ever, his very direct perspective on the issues behind Israel's conflicts with its Middle Eastern neighbors. Hello and welcome, I'm Riz Khan. In the 13 months since I last spoke with him, the regional clashes have reached new levels, most recently with Iran and Israel trading missiles. I caught up with Professor Finkelstein at his home for a very candid conversation on where he sees things heading. Professor, it's really good to see you face to face. We've done a number of interviews remotely over the years, but it's good to sit with you face to face and have a chance to talk about what's going on. Now, since we last spoke about a year ago, things have changed quite dramatically, progressively worse, a lot of people would say. Now, let me start with just one of the more recent things. Donald Trump, as president of the USA, talking about Iran and Israel being in a conflict for so long, they don't even know what the F they're doing. It's unusual for a president to use the F word. What did you make of that when he described it that way?
Well, I think both sides know exactly what they're doing. I don't think there is any misapprehension. Israel has regarded Iran as a major regional rival for a very long time.
Rival or threat?
Rival for a very long time. They've always said that their chief, they call it the main threat to Israel. To Israel, they used to say Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. Now, you will recall already during the build-up to the war in Iraq, there is a certain misapprehension. I'm referring now to 2003. Israel's first goal was not Iraq. Israel wanted to attack Iran. The United States had set its sights on Iraq. And the view back then, now we're talking about 20 years ago, the view back then was first Iraq, then Syria, then Iran. So it's been a very consistent policy.
Quite strategic, the way you're describing it, yeah.
It's been a strategic goal. What changed was there's obviously a difference between an objective and the opportunity to achieve the objective. Now, when October 7th happened, Israel set as its first objective to, for once and for all, solve the Gaza question. There weren't going to be any more mowings of the lawn, as Israel called it. The Operation Cast Lead, Operation, that was 2008-9, Operation Pillar of Defense, 2012, Operation Protective Edge, 2014. There weren't going to be any more operations. We are going to solve the Gaza question once and for all. And the final solution to the Gaza question, it basically took three forms. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, carry out a mass extermination. And those goals, they overlapped with each other. So at the beginning, it was ethnic cleansing. They hoped to push the whole population into the Sinai, but that the Arab states vetoed that. Then began the making Gaza unlivable with a mass extermination occurring simultaneously. Then Israel realized it could achieve other objectives. In the course of the Israeli genocide in Gaza, they realized they could disable Hezbollah. And that was always a strategic objective of Israel. And they achieved that goal, it seems. I'm not convinced it's been as devastating a blow to Hezbollah as has been claimed, but they obviously did some significant damage. And then they realized they could achieve their third goal, and that was Iran. So what did change was, even though this had been a strategic objective of Israel, they realized after October 7th, they maybe could achieve that goal.
If Israel was to give up its undeclared nuclear weapons, do you believe Iran would actually give up its goals?
We don't have, we're talking about power. We don't have to act on faith. There's no question here of acting on faith. Everybody's now quoting the IAEA, right? They're saying the IAEA said Iran was cheating on some of the aspects of its nuclear weapons program, okay? Well, if you're quoting it, then you must believe the inspections work. You must believe the IAEA is competent to carry out the inspections. So then, what's the problem? It's not an act of faith, an act of trust. Were the inspectors correct about Iraq before 2003 when they said Iraq had no nuclear weapons? There were no weapons of mass destruction. Were the inspectors correct? Well, it turns out they were. So that means the inspections can work and do work, in which case it's not a question of trusting Iran. Speaking of trust, do you have any concept of how Israel acquired its nuclear weapons? Was it by acts of good faith and trust? There's a book by Yaniv Cohen called The Bomb. An Israeli wrote it, okay? And he describes in excruciating detail all the chicanery, all the spying, all the crookedness that Israel engaged in order to acquire the bomb. So it's not as if Israel's record is clean and we can trust it any more than we can trust Iran. I don't believe you can trust any state.
So I'm going to ask you, Professor, what do you think Iran would do with a nuclear weapon if it had one?
I think it would use it as a deterrent because I don't think it's a suicidal state. It knows fully well that if it were ever to use the nuclear weapon, it would be incinerated in the blink of an eye. The United States was, for its own interest, it was very happy to see Israel annihilate Gaza, so it transmits the message. If you get any idea in your head about a military option against Israel, look at Gaza or what's left of Gaza. Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. Every morning we have to know what Israelis think, It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had one egg or two eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. Everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So what do the polls show? The polls show for 20 months among Israeli Jews, 95% believed that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that one half of Israelis, 47%, one half of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no, there are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70% say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone. The opposition leader in Israel said, quote, our IDF killed children as a hobby. He was the head of the opposition, Golan. He said, everybody knows that. Remember, Israel has a citizen army. A citizen army in principle is a good thing. It means everybody should have to bear the burden of putting their life on the line to defend the country's independence and so forth. That's in principle correct. You know, in our country, only poor people do that. We don't have a conscript army. So it's a good thing, I think, that everybody should have to bear the burden of sacrificing his or her life to defend the country. But there's an underside. The underside is, if you have an army that's representative of the whole population, okay? It's a citizen army, and that army is committing genocide. That means a representative sample of Israeli society is committing genocide. Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know. The International Criminal Court has indicted Israel on charges of not genocide, but various war crimes, in particular using starvation as a weapon of war. Whether they will be prosecuted, I would say the answer is, the likelihood is zero. It took Karim Khan long enough to file the charges, and I can't see it. The ICC is not a court. The ICC is simply International Criminal Court is simply a contrivance of the West to prosecute and keep in line non-Western countries. For a long time, the ICC was called the International Caucasian Court.
Donald Trump has said he doesn't want regime change in Iran now because he doesn't want to see everything turning to chaos. I guess regime change in the region, many people have a lens on that from the past with everything from, attempts with Syria, Iraq, and so on. Regime change hasn't got a good record in the Middle East, has it?
It's hard for me to assess that. First of all, I hate euphemisms. It's not regime change. You're overthrowing a government. Let's be honest. Regime change sounds so sanitary. You're engaged in the illegal, the most gross breach of the UN Charter when you carry on in this way, and we should be honest about it. It takes Kofi Annan, it took him a very long time. I think he was out of office already. Kofi Annan, again for the listeners, because time flies, he was the Secretary General of the UN during the US invasion of Iraq, and he finally came out, I think when he was already retired, and said it was an illegal war. He wouldn't say it while it was actually going on.
Just difficult for him to do so.
Yeah. If it's difficult for you to do so, Mahatma Gandhi famously said, the most powerful word in the English language is no. You could have just stepped down. If you stay silent, nobody is putting a gun to Mr. Kofi Annan's head. Nobody was putting a gun to the IAEA head when he stayed silent that there was no evidence that Iran was engaged in a program to build nuclear weapons. So I don't accept it was hard. You always have the option to step down and not do dirty work by your silence. You have the option. In any event, I don't like this sanitary language like regime change. You are in grotesque, brazen, outrageous breach of the UN Charter. And we should just say that out loud. It's not regime change. It's overthrowing a government. Its record, I think, do many people care that Libya was destroyed as a country? Do many people care that Syria was destroyed as a country? Do many people, people in power, do they really care that Iraq was destroyed as a country? I don't think they give a darn.
Is the world bowing down to Donald Trump? It seems, he was at NATO, and the NATO Secretary General, the Dutch head of NATO, current head of NATO, referred to him as daddy, coming in to solve two arguing, two fighting siblings, perhaps, with Iran and Israel. The references to him as daddy and the kind of nature and the way people are very keen to keep him happy, to assuage his concerns. Is the world bowing to Donald Trump?
Look, he's an erratic figure. He's an eccentric figure. It's very difficult to... he's a narcissist. And so everything is contingent on his ego. Mr. Trump is not going to tell Israel to end its settlements. It's not going to tell Israel to give up control of East Jerusalem. The Palestinians might be forced to accept a rump state. That's possible. But a state that has any substance, no, I think that's good. But that's true of every administration. It was never going to happen. Look, Trump is a menace. I'm not going to deny that. Trump is a menace. But let's remember the facts. Who presided over the genocide in Gaza? Was it Donald Trump? Where was 90% of the death and 90% of the destruction? Did that occur under Donald Trump? The assaults on academic freedom in our country, the crushing of the encampments, the threatened deportations at the time, did that occur under Donald Trump? When 3 presidents of Ivy League universities were toppled, ousted, because they were insufficiently repressive of the encampments, did that occur under Donald Trump? When Claudine Gay was removed from Harvard, when McGill was removed from the University of Pennsylvania, when Shafiq was removed from Columbia, did that occur under Donald Trump? This idea that somehow he represents a new phenomenon. Yeah, there are elements of him. You can imagine Barack Obama. He used to read the morning briefings. The intelligence community gave the morning briefings, okay? You can imagine Biden. He didn't read them because he didn't have the mental competence, but you would imagine that Tony Blinken, read them. In the Trump administration, Rubio reading them? No. Trump reading them? Forget it. Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer, in that Oval Office, somebody who's hyper-competent or hyper-incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper-competent or incompetent office. But you say, it's true, Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
I'm old school, so in the interest of journalistic sanctity, I have to point out your views. Your very strong views on people that you've mentioned are your views, which is fair enough.
Is there anybody in this room who believes that a large number of politicians and people in power are crooks?
Well,
is there anyone who doesn't believe it? Raise your hand.
Like I say,
I don't see any hands raised.
Look, I'm old school, so I have to always. My opinions don't come into this, so I really am very clear about letting you speak. But I do point out that these are your views and they're very strong, and it makes me wonder: how have you been allowed to speak out in such a cutting way for so long?
Well, easy. Nobody listens.
Or maybe everyone listens, but no one seems to challenge you to the degree that, I mean, why has there not been a stronger kind of, and I'm just asking your opinion, campaign against you for speaking out to Israel? Most people who, might be in your position. Please, Riz.
Riz, brace yourself. I never had a job. I wrote the only book, Political History of Gaza. I wrote the only one, Gaza, an Inquest into Its Martyrdom. The only one, the only scholarly book on the subject. There is, in respect, Sarah Roy of Harvard. She wrote the major economic study of Gaza. The only scholarly political history of Gaza was written by me. It came out from University of California Press. It's a distinguished publishing house, okay? Academic publishing house. It's never been mentioned anywhere. I don't, even in like the radical chic places like London Review of Books, or the cool woke places like the New Yorker magazine, you will not, if you do a search, you will not find one mention of that book anywhere. And you know what? I'm going to toot my own horn. It's a damn good book. Professor Chomsky said, in terms of its range, its sweep, its depth, its analysis, he said it's in a class all its own. I have a roof over my head. I have food in my refrigerator. I don't fear usually for my life. So I didn't pay that price. But I said by conventional standards, I paid a large price. I have a PhD. I'm not trying to toot my horn. I'm just speaking objectively. I have a PhD from Princeton University. I was never able to get a job.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. walk the city streets, and experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. The largest city and the capital of Finland, Helsinki. The city is conveniently located between Tallinn, Stockholm, and St. Petersburg, and on the north coast of the Gulf of Finland. It has slowly become the country's hub for business, research, education, culture, and government. Helsinki boasts of a vibrant seaside city, coupled with greenery, parks, and open spaces. There are also fine architecture and more than 300 islands interconnected by a maze of bridges. The city is in fact considered an ideal summertime retreat and great for weekend getaways. Here's why. First, there's a buzzing street of Aleksantterinkatu. It is considered the central commercial street of Helsinki, lined with cafes, shops, restaurants, and of course, the Stockmann department store. All these convenient in one spot, Aleksantterinkatu Street has become known as one of the famous shopping streets in the city. For fresh produce and great souvenir buys, head to the market square. It is one of the famous tourist attractions in the city and a well-known market destination too. It's an open-air marketplace with fresh local produce and craftsman souvenirs. Now, for a dose of Helsinki's culture, visit the Athenaeum Art Museum. It is also known as the National Museum of Art and is home to the most beloved classic works of Finnish art. In fact, it houses the most extensive fine art collections in the country with more than 20,000 works on display. You'll see a mix of paintings, graphic art, drawings, and sculptures that date back up to the 17th to the 19th centuries. The city is also known for its church and chapels. These are considered architectural sites in Finland. One example is the Temppeli Aukio Church, built in 1969, which is the most known architectural masterpiece in the country. Meanwhile, you can sit back, relax, and enjoy one of Helsinki's many beaches. The most popular beach in the city is the Hietaniemi. Enjoy the sun, the calm waters, and the open space for lounging, playing volleyball, or simply enjoying the view. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Welcome to this special interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great nephew of the former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Lord Roderick, thank you for your time and for this interview. I'd like to first start by asking you about your family legacy and the history of the name of the family of Balfour. Being a descendant of former Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour, how do you think that carrying the name shaped your own perception and understanding of the Declaration and the impact given its significance and to the whole world, I would say?
Good. Well, listen, thanks for your interest. The Balfour Declaration, you may have read before, hung on the back of the lavatory door in our house in France. Nobody ever talked about it. It was just not a feature through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s when I was growing up. Although I say the 70s, by then it was a bit, because the first time I came across it seriously was during the Six-Day War in June 1967, when I worked for the New York Herald Tribune in Paris. And unlike today, you'd be amazed, all of the Champs-Élysées and all the area around was completely pro-Israeli, bizarrely. That wouldn't be the same today at all. And then I really, when it first sort of mattered and people wanted to talk about it, I would say was really around the centenary, so really quite recently.
And I wanted to ask, looking back 100 years ago, do you think that the UK government and your great uncle have foreseen the long-term consequences of this declaration?
Do you think that President Trump and everybody else can see the long-term consequences of what they're proposing today in 100 years' time? I mean, nobody can. And I think it's very important to stress, I mean, a lot of people who talk about this talk as though it was a problem 100 years ago. It wasn't. I mean, there were only 700,000 people in the whole of Greater Palestine and Cisjordania and I think the south of Syria. 700,000. There are now, 12, 13 million people inhabiting a smaller area. We hadn't had the Holocaust, which made a huge difference. And no, I mean, Arthur Balfour and the rest of the cabinet. And I mean, I think it's important to stress that this document was not typed out by his secretary dictating to him over breakfast. I mean, this was, he was the foreign secretary, and somebody else might have been the foreign secretary. In fact, somebody else did say somebody else should be writing it, I think. But anyway, it ended up with his name on it as the foreign secretary.
And before moving to, I will ask you a bit more about the declaration itself, but before moving to that part of the conversation, I have a question about how you talk about the Balfour Declaration in your own family. Is it usually a source of pride, or is it usually a source of controversy?
I think in its original form, and for the reasons it was written, I think that there is pride. But I mean, I think we very much see Arthur as having done it as the foreign secretary. Admittedly, he was, particularly through my great aunt, a great friend of Chaim Weizmann and Theodor Herzl and people. And he was, he was a great philosopher and he was a great humanitarian. And so obviously he was very influential within the cabinet and as the foreign secretary, because you had, what goes around comes around. You had the Tsar expelling all the Jews from Russia who ended up here and in America, not being able to speak English with their strange habits and everything else. And that preyed on people to say, and they wanted to, go to the land of their forefathers, to the land of Moses. And that meant Palestine. So it was very much a humanitarian gesture, but I mean, it's not as definite in here as a lot of people would like to think it is.
And moving on to the declaration itself, and I think this is a question on everyone's mind in the Middle East, as you may know. Why do you think that it was a promise to one group of people, a homeland for one group of people, but did not promise the same for another group of people who were inhabitants of the land at the time?
Well, because the Palestinians, if you like, for want of a better word, were not under persecution. Nobody was chasing them. Everybody was, you know, I don't wish to demean them, but I mean, I think when I read about the history, it was basically an agrarian economy with sheep and goat herds, nothing, no sophistication, very few people, as I say, you know, and therefore I think they thought if a few Jews wanted to go and live there peaceably, you know, all the Abrahamic faiths, you know, Muslim, Christian and Jew, why would there be a problem? So, you know, there was no sort of contentious arguments over the breakfast table about how can you do this? You know, everybody was coexisting peaceably. But you know, a lot of it obviously has to do with the Holocaust, population explosion, that there isn't room for everybody.
Do you think the declaration, now looking at it, fulfilled some of its goals?
When you say its goal, I mean, I have it in my hand because I always want to get it absolutely right. I have much further we have a declaration of sympathy, that's all, with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. So there's no, we will support the creation of a state of Israel, as is, you know, under pressure to create for Palestine at the moment. And this is the strong bit. Everything else is what I think in the lawyers call precatory. It's a wish, okay? But the next sentence is the one that gets me into trouble in Israel. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So I leave anybody listening to think what is going on today is not what he or the government of the day would have wished.
But do you think that the UK government has done enough for that clause to protect non-Jewish communities?
That's a very good question. I mean, when you say done enough, I mean, I felt for many years the United Nations, who got involved in the Congo, in Sudan, in all these other places, never really got sufficiently involved in the Holy Land. And I call it the Holy Land for all three religions. And I've never quite understood why not. And particularly as, you know, one has to say it, but Israel has never attacked anybody else. I mean, they've gone off and done these missions in recent times, but they've never wanted to wipe out the Palestinians. I mean, the occupation of the West Bank and these settlements under the very right-wing Israeli factions, you know, is not something. I mean, that goes completely contrary to this, as well as to United Nations resolutions and things like that. So, you know, what could we do, just Britain? I mean, it wasn't a, you know, we came out of it after the mandate finished in 1947-48 and the State of Israel was announced, recognized by the US, recognized by the United Nations. You know, they were a sovereign nation by whatever other means you want to call them. So, you know, it wasn't up to us to say, you are contravening the declaration. I would have liked it if they had, and the United Nations had said, you know, we're going to come in here and sort things out, because it's contrary to the declaration.
I'd like to move to the to UK's historical decision to recognize Palestine last week, and this was an important day for a lot of Palestinians and Arabs in the whole world. Mm-hmm. What do you think of this recognition, and do you think that it was a step taken too late?
No, I don't at all. I think that again, with the United Nations help and everybody else, there should have been a far greater effort to deal with the two population problem much earlier, whereby there would have been far more democratic regimes in both Gaza and the West Bank, and instead they've just been able to run riot and do whatever. I mean, the West Bank hasn't had elections for 20 years. Gaza has been ruled by Hamas. I mean, are these, in their present condition, are these really suitable entities for us to recognize as a state? I'm not sure. But I mean, it's symbolic. It shows that we are in favor of the two-state solution, but there's got to be a lot more before it actually means anything.
And do you still believe in a two-state solution? Do you think that with today's circumstances that it's still a viable solution?
Well, clearly the Israelis don't think so. And I don't think Hamas thinks so, because Hamas want to get rid of Israel, and Israel doesn't trust any of the Arab countries while they're run as, the Palestinian enclaves, until they have a reassurance that they're not going to be populated by people who swear death to Israel from the river to the sea. So you've got these two blocks who are implacably opposed to each other. And I suppose that's what, love him or hate him, but, President Trump is actually somebody who at last is not just muttering warm words, but actually getting on and doing something, and I think has realized, and obviously done a lot of talking around the Middle East and with other Islamic countries, who, you will know yourself because you're from there. I understand none of the countries want to have an unstable world there, which is rife with terrorism and murder and everything else. I mean, I think, excuse me, especially Saudi, I believe, very, very keen to have peace. And of course, we were talking earlier about Abu Dhabi, and I mean, these are now commerce has taken over from the theocracy element, which I think ruled a lot of the sort of views of Islamic countries before. And now they're major economic powers. They don't want to see war and terrorism on their doorstep. So I think that's why they're, as I understand it, giving their full support to this effort, the Trump effort.
But moving to today's reality, do you have any reservations about Israel's act of violence? Do you think, what is your view on what Israel is committing against the Palestinians today?
I think you've got to take that in two halves. I think the West Bank is something that really has got to be stamped on. That is so contrary to the Declaration and against the United Resolutions, things which we were talking about. But Gaza, how has Hamas allowed this to happen and not said, listen, please don't bomb all our houses and think we will surrender the hostages? I mean, one feels, and this is evidently what everybody else feels through the Trump proposal, that Hamas, I mean, he said it, Hamas has got to be neutralized because they're the destabilizing force. But I think the West Bank and Gaza are, but I'm no lawyer, I'm not a professional historian, so these are just my personal opinions, but you've got to separate the West Bank problem from the Gaza problem.
And how's your relationship with the Palestinians and the Israelis, if you have any?
Well, I've not really come across too many Palestinians per se who live in Palestine, but I have come across a lot of the Arabs who live and work in Israel. And of course they don't like it either, because they've peacefully coexisted in Israel, done a lot of business with they're integral part of the business landscape.
And I just want to ask two more questions. One of them is, when you reflect back at the declaration, for you personally, do you feel that it's a source of responsibility? Do you feel it's a burden that you carry the Balfour name and you do these interviews? And
that's interesting. I mean, I suppose that really why I accept sort of the invitation to do these interviews is it gives me an opportunity to defend the Declaration and point out what it actually says. I've read up quite a lot of opinions on the Declaration, And one of the things I find, which I think are provocative to the Palestinian side, is all sorts of people have read this and said, oh, this is definitely an official document. This is, we will create the Israeli state. And it doesn't say that, but it's been seized on by sort of the more, I suppose you'd call them extreme or right-wing in this day and age, elements who want to say that this has a force of law. As I say, I'm no lawyer, but when I read it as it says, and I'm not trying to interpret it like a scholar.
I have one last question, just because a lot of people did take this as an official document.
Well, it's official in the sense that it came out of the British government and was expressed a wish with a particular reservation. Yep, official.
But then what do you say to the millions of Palestinians? Some of them are still refugees in some countries. What do you tell them now that this declaration and the name of Balfour was so central to the path that they had in life, or they took in life after what happened in 1917 and 1948 and everything afterwards?
I think I've never understood why the Palestinians and the Jews did not all just get on and build the fabulous economy together. It's been so one-sided, and I never understood why the Palestinian side was not keeping up with the Jewish side.
Maybe because a lot of them were expelled out of their homes.
Arab Israelis who very happily coexist. I mean, why after the Intifada in 2014, was it, did Hamas decide to destroy all the greenhouses, you know, that had been left by the Israelis to help grow food for the Palestinians? As I understand it, Hamas didn't want their population to be happy. They wanted them to be constantly fed an anti-Israel mantra. Not good for peace.
Thank you, Lord Roderick, for granting us this interview and for your time. Thank you for watching. This was an interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Thank you for watching.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. Donald Trump has reverted back to his tried and tested playbook, talking tough on the eve of crucial talks. But will it work this time? The region is holding its breath ahead of a second round of US-Iran ceasefire negotiations. As we enter week 8 of the war, we'll debate the latest on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Big threats, bold statements and preemptive declarations of victory. President Trump's negotiating style may be unorthodox, but it has reaped rewards for the bombastic US leader. As the current ceasefire deadline fast approaches, the president was back at it. On social media, he wrote, "The United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy," he wrote. "They'll come down fast, they'll come down easy." That was his social media post. Over in the Oval Office, he had this to say.
They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no leaders, they have no nothing. Actually, their leaders are, it is regime change. You call that enforced regime change.
If that is indeed the case, then the question remains, why hasn't US military success translated into unequivocal victory over Iran? Tehran says the US is approaching the talks in bad faith and accuses the White House of not being serious about diplomacy. Trust between the two sides could hardly be lower. The US continues to blockade Iranian ports and Iran continues to block the Strait of Hormuz, each side blaming the other for bringing the ceasefire to breaking point. So where to from here? Coming up on the show, we'll ask, is the US preparing a return to war, or will diplomacy prevail? How is the region adapting to the challenges posed by this conflict? And why hasn't there been a civilian uprising in Iran as the US and Israel anticipated? Joining us for this discussion is Mansour Ahmed Khan, former ambassador of Pakistan to Afghanistan, Austria, the Slovak Republic and the IAEA. He's now head at BCPR, a Pakistan-based strategic think tank. Ryan Morrow is joining us, counter-terrorism expert and president of the Morrow Institute. And rounding out this panel is Patrick Henningsen, a geopolitical analyst and executive editor at the news website 21st Century Wire. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being here with us. Well, 4 to 6 weeks. That was President Trump's prediction for how long it would take for the US to destabilise the Iranian leadership, take out its military, particularly those ballistic missile capabilities, and shatter Iran's nuclear ambitions. Well, we're into week 8 now, and fast approaching the end of the current deadline. To call the situation tense would be an understatement. But the Trump administration remains confident. Before we launch into the questions, I want you to take a listen to the US Energy Secretary, Chris Wright. Here's what he had to say over the weekend.
The president's using every way he can to get leverage over the regime to bring this conflict to an end. He's a creative negotiator. He uses pressure in different ways. He uses uncertainty in different ways. And I think, as you've seen over the last 16 months, it generally leads to good results. I don't think we'll see any surprises here. I think we'll have a nice end to this conflict.
Ryan, will we see a nice end to this conflict, or should the region be preparing for another surprise US attack, perhaps?
I would gamble heavily on the side of it not being a nice outcome. In fact, I think that'll probably become very clear in the next day or two. Now, the bigger question is, will we get to some type of settlement between the U.S., the Arab world, and the Iranian regime, and, of course, Israel and the other players involved? And I would say, well, we kind of have to. It's possible that the Iranian regime falls, but that's possible. And been possible for a very long time. We've seen regimes that suddenly collapse. So the elements exist. But I wouldn't count on that being imminent, or us having the intelligence to even know if it was imminent. And so I think the most likely outcome is probably more of a long-term ceasefire that occasionally is broken by one side blaming the other, but with the objective of being that the Iranian regime is weak enough that progress for the Abraham Accords, for example, can go forward, that peace can go forward. Hopefully the situation for the Iranian people is improved, but that as the Iranian regime acts up, then the U.S., Israel, and the Arab states even do have the option to neutralize threats on Iranian soil at will. That would seem to be a perhaps unstated but likely objective.
Mm-hmm. Ambassador, what do you think? Is Iran in the weaker position here, and will they accept a nice end, or do you think there's no such thing in these negotiations?
First of all, I think this war and all the wars are basically unnecessary wars, because if objectives have to be achieved, they can be achieved in a better way through diplomacy. But, you know, it never happens, and wars happen, and then wars have to be brought to an end through diplomacy. There is never a nicer end to the war, because they bring a lot of destruction, lot of humanitarian catastrophes we have seen in this war also. And now after, you know, almost 40 days since the war started on 28th of February, we are looking at diplomacy. Pakistan has been playing this role. Other countries have also been playing this role. Issues are very complex. Issues between United States and Iran, they are not just they have not been developed just during this war, but they are 47 years or even more old. And now, you know, we are at a stage where we are looking at some opportunity to reach a ceasefire, a permanent ceasefire. Now, it depends whether we can go towards a comprehensive peace agreement if suppose the parties agree on difficult issues like nuclear issue and Strait of Hormuz. And if there is, although their statements are not indicating until now, but if they reach a some kind of understanding for developing a comprehensive agreement in next few weeks, and they develop a comprehensive agreement, then there can be a qualitative change in US and Iran relations. But, it is very difficult to have this kind of optimism at this moment. So it is quite possible, as my previous speaker has also said, that there are complex issues, and it is quite possible that we see continuation of the conflict, if not in this form, maybe in Israel-Lebanon front or in some other parts. So it's a complex issue, and I think it will linger on for some time.
Before I bring you in, Patrick, I just want to ask you, Ambassador, to elaborate as well on this idea of a surprise US attack. We've seen so many times in the lead up to negotiations a major strike on behalf of the US. Should this region be preparing for a return to war before these talks even begin?
I hope not. I hope not, because I think, yes, we have seen it in the past. We have seen it last year. We have seen it this year when Oman was undertaking negotiations. But a lot of groundwork and preparatory work has gone in. And we are at a stage where we have already seen this war for, as you said, 6 to 8 weeks. So I think there is a desire. I see a desire in Iran. I see a desire in the United States, in Washington. I see a desire in the region, in the Arab world. I see a desire in Pakistan and other countries which are being affected. And I see a desire internationally in terms of international peace and security and international economy that this war should end. So I think, I hope, for Pakistan also, I hope that since Pakistan is playing that critical role, it should not turn out into, some kind of outcome where, when the peace agreement is being negotiated or when peace negotiations are taking place and there is some kind of surprise element, as you have mentioned. So I hope optimism in Pakistan, there is a lot of optimism at the moment in Pakistan, in the region also, and everyone is hoping that everyone wants to bring this war to an end. So this war should end, but I don't know how we will reach or we will make progress towards a comprehensive agreement, because the issues have been really complex.
Indeed. There seems to be still so much between them. Patrick, I could see you nodding your head at the beginning of the ambassador's comments there. Do you think there is the chance of a return to war before the ceasefire even begins? And what about this notion of optimism that the ambassador was talking about? Is there desire from Iran and the US to permanently end this?
I think we have to be optimistic for the benefit and welfare of the region and the world.
Is it realistic optimism, though?
But we have to be skeptical. And, as an analyst, you have to look at the pattern behavior. And the United States and Israel have a pattern of behavior of using high-level negotiations as cover for sneak attacks. So the idea of this talking point in Washington that Iran needs to show good faith, well, that's just kind of ridiculous, almost farcical, considering the United States and Israel have never shown good faith in any negotiations. Not only that, it doesn't look like they have the capability, the U.S., because the constant flip-flopping or moving the goalposts during negotiations. When they're in Islamabad, the U.S. tried to make a run with 2 U.S. destroyers through the Straits of Hormuz to create some kind of a provocation that would have upended those negotiations, which ended anyway after 21 hours. But so it doesn't look like the U.S. is agreement capable. And if you look at the flashpoints in Iran, in Gaza, in Russia, Ukraine, the Trump administration has failed miserably. It's been a disaster in terms of negotiations on all fronts. So it doesn't look like they have the personnel, that they have the discipline to reach an interim accord, which would lead to a treaty, which would mean an end to hostilities. That's what everybody needs. That's what everybody wants. But it doesn't look like they're going to do that because there's no good exit options for Donald Trump. If he can't admit defeat, that's politically impossible for this administration. And in terms of leaving Israel to fend for itself in the region, that's not going to happen either because of pressure from the Israeli lobby in the U.S. So you have 2 options. One is escalation by the U.S. and Israel, which looks like the more likely scenario. The other is neither of the above, which means for the U.S. to sort of declare a Pyrrhic victory and make a PR type of victory and then back off, but leave the door open for future attacks over the duration of this administration for the next 2 years. So in my view, it's going to be one of those two things.
Man, I'm sorry, there's just no nuance there. I mean, right before the 12-day war began, you had the IAEA declaring Iran in non-compliance because they were refusing to cooperate and being deceptive about their nuclear program. I mean, that was just reflexively taking the side of West adversaries.
That's a lie.
No,
that's
Patrick,
a lie.
hold on one second.
You're lying.
Because you have a history
both
of
U.S.
associating
intelligence
with
assessments,
official
two
influence agents who have been sanctioned by the U.S. and European
intelligence
governments
assessments
for being
have
influence
said Iran
agents
is
for
not
the Russian
pursuing
government
a nuclear
and
weapon.
are pro-Iran.
You're just pushing propaganda.
When you're associated with RT,
just pushing.
Okay. All right,
if you're
one at a time.
Alexander
One at a time.
Dugin on X.
Ryan, you respond, and then Patrick, I'm going to let you have a retaliation.
That's a propaganda.
Ryan, you're making a fool out of yourself on global television. Well done.
No, but if I can intervene, just
likewise, you tout Alexander Dugin on X, so you're making a fool out of yourself on global social media. I mean,
I don't quote Alexander Dugin. You're lying.
In America,
look,
and you're embracing
who are you?
Foreign hostile governments.
Who are you,
like
Ryan?
That.
Who are you working for, Ryan? Because I don't quote Alexander
Myself,
Dugin.
I'm self-employed.
What are you talking
Have you gotten
about?
money from RT?
Okay.
What are you talking about?
You got an official page on their website.
What is this?
Okay, all right.
I have to ask the host. What are you doing? Host,
we're going to. We won't go into some individual personal attacks.
Is this a hijacking
this is absolutely
is
not. Let's bring in the ambassador to weigh in on the discussion.
Who is Ryan? Who is this person? Who is this person? Who do they work for?
Yeah, no, let's not get into personal. I think what I would like to intervene here is that when the 2 points which you were discussing about Iran's compliance on nuclear issues or the Strait of Hormuz issue, I think what will be the logic or rationale for the US at this moment to continue the war when there are very good chances of getting a very good deal on nuclear issues, because all the indications are that Iran was ready to offer a deal on nuclear issues in Oman, and now Iran is maybe ready to give even better nuclear deal for the sake of peace in a peace agreement with the United States and for peace and stability in the region, and also Strait of Hormuz. If there is an agreement between US and Iran at this stage, it can lead to better operationality and functionality of the Strait of Hormuz. So I think let's not. I think just try to see what United States or any other country. The case of Israel is different. Israel may have different objectives, but if you look from the perspective of major global or regional countries, I think they want this war to end right now. And whether it is a sustainable end or whether it is a very short-term end, it is only time will tell. But I think countries want to end this war.
Mm-hmm. Ryan, do you think the US wants to end this war? And President Trump often, on the eve of these sorts of talks, will up the ante. He said that he will flatten Iran's civilian infrastructure. And that sort of bombastic talk has worked in the past. It's got him to where he wants to be in negotiations. Will it work this time around? It doesn't seem like Iran is intimidated by the president like they have perhaps been in the past.
Well, I would suspect that they're intimidated, but if you follow an ideology like the Iranian regime does, that would view death as martyrdom, and you kind of have this end times apocalyptic worldview of things, then that's going to have limited effect. I'm not a fan of rhetoric like that. I do understand the argument saying that in the Middle East, that type of rhetoric is just flying around all the time. So it's not the same thing as in a domestic American context. It's a little bit more normal over there. But I'm still not a fan of it. I understand that you need to be tough, and the U.S. does have a military advantage. It makes sense to utilize that in order to try to get Iran to cave to their, I think, very reasonable demands on the part of the U.S. And the Western world. But I would agree that the rhetoric doesn't have to go into, destroying an entire country.
Patrick, do you think this kind of negotiating strategy adopted by the president is going to be proven effective this time around? Or do you think that the level of deterrence from these sorts of threats is starting to wear thin because it doesn't materialise?
Well, before I answer that question, your other guest, Ryan, accused me of being paid by RT. I have my own media outlet, 21st Century Wire. It's been running since 2009, which is longer than Ryan's been doing propaganda for the U.S. and Israeli government. But I don't get paid by RT. So that's just libel.
In the past,
okay, all right.
Guest.
Thank you for clarifying
Ryan,
that.
That's just libel.
In the past,
it's libel, and you're doing that. And you're doing that on global TV, Ryan. So you've shown everybody what you're about, who you are. Okay. Yep. Now to answer the question. Now to answer the host question, there are no negotiation tactics by the Trump administration. They're going to net any sort of sustainable political settlement. And what you have is just constant flip-flopping, constant changing, withdrawing, and then coming back again with a different position, doing things in midstream. As we saw from Islamabad, the team they sent, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, effectively two Israeli assets or glorified Israeli emissaries who have no track record of any success in any of these failed negotiations, and J.D. Vance, who we now know was on the phone to Donald Trump over a dozen times, as well as Benjamin Netanyahu. So that's the vice president of the United States who has zero decision-making capability, zero agency, who's really just there as window dressing to make the negotiations look legitimate because of all the criticism that Kushner and Witkoff have been receiving. So if that's the negotiation team, I think there's 0% chance of success. And again, if you look at the previous pattern, it's predictable. The United States has used high-level negotiations as a facade to prepare to reload and rearm, and I believe that's what's going to happen.
Ambassador, what do you make of that? Because Pakistan's aspirations as a global mediator really rest on this. Is there 0% chance of success?
Not only Pakistan's prospects as a peace builder or Pakistan's role as a mediator or peace builder, but Pakistan is seriously affected by this war. Pakistan has a 1,000-kilometer long border with Iran. Iran is a neighboring country. Pakistan has very close strategic and economic relations with Arab world, with Saudi Arabia. We have a defense pact. And we have very close and relations which we have to closely balance between United States and China as two global powers. So if nothing comes out of these talks, it will definitely, Pakistan will feel the pain, Pakistan will be hurt, and Pakistan has made a lot of input into this effort for bringing peace. I think, yes, we, as Patrick has mentioned, that there has been this pattern of, using the negotiation process and then launching attacks. But now, at this moment, lot of groundwork, lot of homework has gone into this effort, into this peace effort. There was an first round of Islamabad talks. After that, Field Marshal Asim Munir visited Tehran and had very close negotiations, very close engagement on all these crucial points with the Iranian leadership, all flanks of Iranian leadership. And then he is also closely in touch with, Pakistan's Prime Minister went to Arab world and to Turkey, to Qatar, to Saudi Arabia, and our leadership is closely in touch with also Washington and United States. So I think my own assessment, my own view, and the information I'm getting from Islamabad is that there is a lot of optimism. People are waiting for these negotiations to happen, and there is a feeling that all the parties at this moment are interested to bring this war to an end. So I think, with due respect, slightly disagree with this perspective or with this position that maybe this negotiation process or this segment of negotiations again will be used level another attack against Iran. If that happens, it will be unfortunate. It will not be good for the peace process in general. But I think there is more optimism at this moment, not only in Pakistan, but also if you see statements from other countries, supportive statements from other countries, supportive messages from other countries coming to Pakistani leadership, coming to, the regional leadership, that this war should now end.
Mm-hmm. Ryan, why hasn't US military success translated into an unequivocal victory here? And does that in any way damage US military credibility?
It shouldn't damage U.S. military credibility if it's properly understood that you have two governments that just have interests that are not reconcilable, and each one is hoping that the other side caves. So that's not a reflection on...
But if the U.S. military was as strong as the president continues to say it is, that, overwhelming military strength, shouldn't they be able to make Iran cave?
Well, they stopped the strikes. I mean, the U.S. military does have the ability to force that regime out of power. I'm not advocating doing that, but I'm saying that capability exists. I mean, the U.S. military is dominant. Then there's the question of translating that into political success, but that's not a reflection on the performance of the U.S. military per se. But I think what you have is really, I think it's actually very clear. You have the U.S., Israel, and the Arab world that, again, understandably, wants Iran's nuclear program gone, the ballistic missile program, if not gone, then severely limited, and probably to have the option to strike gathering threats on Iranian soil if they have to in the future, and hope that leads to an advancement of the Abraham Accords. And then you have the Iranian regime that wants to stay in power and then openly does things like citing apocalyptic end times prophecy. They have values like jihad, so dying to them, it's not viewed in the same way as it is in the Western context. And so then for them, that's unacceptable because they view having those weapons as necessary for staying in power. So it's hard to come to necessarily an agreement. You can come to a stalemate that then is accompanied by a ceasefire that comes and goes. I could see that happening.
Patrick, I can see you nodding your head.
Well, first of all, the U.S., the Trump administration is living in its own little propaganda bubble, and they have been for the duration of this conflict. We were told that the Iranian regime was on its last legs during the so-called protests, that Donald Trump later admitted that he was trafficking weapons into the hands of these so-called peaceful protesters, as the president said that himself recently, probably by accident. He was probably boasting. But anyway, he also repeated the lie that Iran slaughtered 45,000 of its own people during these protesters. Those claims are coming from U.S.-based Iranian human rights NGOs funded by the State Department and the National Endowment for Democracy, as well as the Iran News International, which is an Israeli propaganda clearinghouse. So those terms come from, but Donald Trump repeats them as part of the propaganda campaign to, again, to give a moral justification for this. The idea that the regime was going to collapse is a complete fantasy. In fact, the opposite. Under threats, the solidarity in Iranian society has increased. The country has come together. That's just a fact. Anybody who knows about Iranian politics and society, that doesn't surprise them at all. It's an Islamic republic. It's not a dictatorial theocracy. It's an Islamic republic. The word is the republic. So the fact that they killed the supreme leader means that increased the cohesiveness of Iranian society. And probably this bombing run by the United States and Israel have increased the resilience of the Islamic Revolution for the next 50 years. So they've really shot themselves in the foot in the United States and Israel, thinking that by doing this to the Iranians that they would somehow crumble and fall apart, and just the opposite has happened. It's worse than it was before the war from a U.S. and Israeli perspective, but they'll never admit that in Washington or Israel because, of course, Donald Trump can do no wrong. And end times prophecies, which Ryan's talking about, are you serious? Pete Hegseth Pete Hegseth quoting fake Bible verses, calling this a holy war, invoking Jesus as the bombs drop. The religious extremism from the Secretary of War, from Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, from Donald Trump's cabinet. That's the real religious extremism. These are the people, these Christian Zionists, that are pushing an end times eschatological, crazy, fanatical religious extremist narrative.
If I can add just a couple of sentences, in modern warfare or in modern power calculations, now two concepts are becoming important. Number one is strategic disparity. Here in this case, we see that United States is much more powerful than, maybe compared to Iran. United States has a powerful military. United States has a powerful air force. United States has much more effective weapon systems than Iran. But then there is the other concept of strategic limitations. And the strategic limitations means that major powers, big global powers, cannot achieve everything or cannot achieve every single objective when they are using this kind of power against a very distant country in a totally different region. Maybe a Venezuela-like operation can have some success, but a bigger war imposed on a country like Iran, it is very difficult. And with this now we are entering into a new era of power calculations where middle powers are emerging, which are developing their own military strengths, their own capacities to respond to major powers. And it is not the era of wars which we have seen in the past, maybe in past few decades. So these are, I think, new concepts which are emerging and are becoming part of international politics, and therefore global powers and regional powers will also have to calculate these kind of adventures or wars more carefully and more cautiously in future.
Mm-hmm. Ryan, you wanted to jump in as well off the back of Patrick's comments. I'll give you a right of reply and then I'm going to move us on to another topic.
Sure. So there's a difference between citing end times prophecies that are actually mandating jihad and talking about essentially conquering the Middle East and destroying Israel versus the references to prophecies that you'll get from standard Christians in the United States, which isn't that we're trying to make those things happen. We're not called to engage in that type of warfare. Now, what you will see us say is that according to Judeo-Christian ethics, do we believe that this is a just war? Sure, and then there'll be citations to biblical verses. But there's no one saying, in order to make Jesus come back and establish a Judeo-Christian theocracy, we need to go and kill, millions of people engaged in this war. I've never heard that. I've gone to a lot of churches, and I've seen the same statements that you have. I think that's being misinterpreted. I can understand why it gets misinterpreted, but it's being misinterpreted.
Patrick, do you want to respond?
Not really. I think Ryan's just hung himself on the answer, but that's okay.
Okay. Well, look, I'm going to move us on so that we can cover off on some more topics, because although uncertainty remains, as we've been discussing, as to how this war will end, one thing is certain, and that's the fact that the region itself has dramatically changed. It can't easily just snap back to its pre-Iran war state anymore. Regional alliances have been tested. The global balance of power has been called into question. The Strait of Hormuz as a free shipping lane may be a thing of the past, and the future of US bases in the region could also be uncertain. A prominent Emirati scholar has suggested that whilst the US-UAE relationship is important, the time has come to question whether US bases are necessary for their defence. Ambassador, will the region rethink their security strategy, one that involves hosting military bases? Or do you think the opposite will occur? Will this reinforce why the region needs US bases?
I think it will be the decisions of these regional countries whether to continue hosting US bases or not. I think this is something they have to decide. But yes, I agree with your comment that the region has gone a major change after this Iran war. And after this Iran war, we have seen actually even before this Iran war, new alliances or new engagements and strategic partnerships emerging. I refer to, for example, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia Defense Pact. And I think, as I see, and most of the strategic analysts here in Pakistan or in the region or at global level are trying to see that there will be changes in the regional security architecture after once the Iran war concludes, Iran war ends, and a peace agreement is reached. And this will be through regional partnerships, because the presence of US bases has shown its limitations for the Arab countries or for the Gulf countries in which these bases have been based. And now it will be up to these Arab countries who will be now required to see what is the utility of these bases, how these can be retained. If they are retained, what kind of role they will be playing, and what kind of new alliances will be emerging. For example, you have seen in this peace process also Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt have held very close consultations, and they can move forward and develop some kind of block. Maybe at some stage, once there is more clarity in these evolving structures, China or some other powers also join. So yes, I think in terms of speaking in very constructive terms, a new security architecture is the need of the region, will be required, and will be required for addressing the regional issues in a better way, whether it is Iran's nuclear issue, whether it is free shipping in Hormuz, because it is important for economy, not only economy of the region, economy of the Gulf countries, economy of Iran, and international economy. We have seen oil prices, taking a big jump and making life in every country very difficult. So I think, yes, we will be seeing developments in terms of, realignment or evolution or development of new security mechanisms and security cooperation partnerships.
Ryan, do you think there are limitations to the benefits of hosting US military bases? And do you think there is a risk that some of the regional allies that the US maintains may start to question whether that is something they want to continue in the future?
There are always limitations, but I think after you had Iran lobbing missiles in really a self-injurious way just throughout the region, just continuously, especially after the neighbors to Iran had done some diplomatic outreach leading up to this, hoping to spare themselves from that. I think the only conclusion that the Arab world can reach is that they need anti-aircraft systems, anti-missile systems from the U.S., Ukraine, from other countries in order to defend themselves, because whether they agree with the conflict or not, you have to prepare for it to break out. And so if you have missiles falling on your oil sites and your airports and all that, you're going to do what you need to do to stop that from happening again. Whether it affects the international politics, I still think that the Iranian regime is in a much weaker spot now. So I would actually think that the Arab states are going to, once the conflict simmers down, feel safer. But I think that with the real experience of having the missiles land in their territory, they are going to invest in defending themselves from that. I mean, it's common sense.
Patrick?
I think Ryan left out the important part of the story conveniently, which is that the U.S. started the war. The U.S. and Israel started this war, not Iran. And rather than provide protection for the Gulf Arab states, the United States bases there have drawn fire as a result. They're a liability. And Ryan admitted by accident what it really is a protection racket. You must buy weapons and air defense systems from the United States. So Ryan's acting as a type of a sales rep there, pushing U.S. arms sales. That protection racket, unfortunately, the bottom has fallen out of it because of this conflict. And I think a lot of people around the Gulf, and what my esteemed colleague from Pakistan said was correct. There needs to be a new security architecture for West Asia, but it's not going to be an externally imposed security architecture. It needs to be by the region and for the region. And that does not mean the United States is going to be involved in that. The United States, unfortunately, has basically, by starting this war with Israel, has basically played its final card. and in the region, and it will never be the same. The U.S. cannot recoup its positions in the military bases that have been completely destroyed around the region. That's not going to happen. We're already seeing Qatar and other GCC countries talk with a more sane approach, looking forward, and in their best interests as well as the region. The problem in the region, the biggest threat to security is Israel. That's pretty clear. They've already bombed 6 countries in the region, and the United States, who has also bombed not just Iran, but has also attacked Iraq as well over the last month. So, as well as Yemen. So the aggressors here are pretty clear. It's the United States and Israel. And the region has a right to defend itself, to steal a famous term from Israel.
I mean, we should...
Well, regardless of who you blame, if you have missiles landing on your territory, you're going to buy defenses against those missiles.
It's not about blaming, Ryan. It's just a fact.
That analysis at all.
The U.S. started the war. It's just a fact. It's not about blaming. This isn't about blaming. It's about facts. The U.S. and Israel started an illegal, undeclared war of aggression. So at that point, they forfeit any rights to work within what they call their rights. They don't have rights at that point. If you agree with international law, unfortunately, you have a president in Washington that says he doesn't need international law, that he works on his gut feeling. Okay, how long is that going to get you down the road? Not very far. People in the region, I think, are very well aware they're dealing with an unstable rogue state in Washington and in Tel Aviv.
We should add that even though there are questions regarding defence, these regional countries have reasserted their value and their dedication to the strategic alliance with the United States that goes beyond defence, so into things like energy, business, AI. Those kind of bonds aren't likely to break because of this conflict. But Ambassador, something you discussed sort of raises the broader issue that I think the region is grappling with. Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt and Pakistan, as you mentioned, have started holding regular consultations on matters of mutual interest. Do you think that we're going to see more of that now, a more diversification of security arrangements in this uncertain global order? And is that going to be to the detriment of the US?
The bigger challenge in this uncertain global order is that the polarization has continued to increase. For a few years we have been seeing that the order has been changing from unipolar order to a multipolar order. But at the same time, we have been seeing the weakening of United Nations as an organization which can play a role in terms of stabilizing international peace and security, and play a role in terms of rule-setting organizations for the international economics and other issues. And because the United Nations or any supra-multilateral body has not been able to play the role of rule-setting games, we see increasing polarization. Now, the risk here in the region is also that as Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt, and some other like-minded countries may be moving towards developing a new security architecture or new strategic partnership among them, but there can be other competing strategic partnerships. Like Pakistan has an antagonistic relationship with India, and we fought a war with India last year, and India, Israel, or any other global powers, if they form another alliance and these alliances start competing with each other, so we will continue to live in unsafe world, more challenged world, and more challenges will continue to haunt the international peace and stability. For that, the bigger thing that needs to happen, that the countries, the UN member states, have to play a role in terms of reviving a very stabilizing role of the United Nations. The stabilizing role of the United Nations is missing, and that is why we are looking at more and more wars, more and more conflicts, more and more disputes, and no settlement mechanism. So I think, although it is a very idealistic thing which I am talking about, but that is, I think, a solution which the international community should seek.
Ryan, do you think that this, as the ambassador said, this multipolar world order is clearly is more prominent? This unipolar world order is under threat. Does that put the US in a weakened global position?
No, I think the U.S. has gotten a lot stronger, actually. If you look at what happened to Maduro, if you look at what was U.S. military dominance over in Iranian skies, you look at Ukraine's performance against the Russians, Ukraine being a much smaller country, and look at their advancements. I actually think that the U.S. and its allies are in a stronger position, increasingly strong, and that countries, including in the Middle East, if you have to choose between betting your future militarily, economically, politically with the U.S. and its allies, or Iran, or Russia, and North Korea, and China, I think that's a pretty easy choice. So this talk of America being defeated, the only way that makes sense is if you make the bar so high that it becomes impossible to reach. I don't know what other metric could be used to try to make that argument. And by the way, I think it's also very hard for me to believe that the Iranian people, the protesters against the regime, would suddenly believe in the Islamic Revolution that they protested and has killed them and jailed them because the U.S. bombed the regime that was oppressing and killing them. That just doesn't. That just doesn't make sense. I can see the argument saying, "Oh, the regime." Might have different people in power that are closer. I can see that argument. I can't see the argument that the Iranian people would become radicalized and want an Islamist theocracy all of a sudden when they opposed it before.
All right, Patrick, a couple of things for you to respond to before I move to our final question there. The issue there about the Iranian society, but also is the US in a stronger position now?
Well, if you think piracy is a long-term successful strategic plan, then yeah, fine. But piracy is not. The U.S. has openly said they're going to steal the oil, take the oil from Venezuela. Donald Trump has said he's going to take Cuba. He's going to take it. Whatever's there, he's going to take it, invade it, attack it. That could happen in a matter of months. Take Greenland, take the Iranian oil. So that's hijacking tankers on the high seas, pursuing Russian oil, whether it's under the sort of spurious banner of sanctions. The U.S. has expended all of its goodwill internationally. Politically, it's in its weakest position ever. This is probably the worst administration in terms of ruining the U.S. reputation internationally. That's without a doubt. That will be Donald Trump's legacy. So you're seeing a late-stage empire flailing right now, and Trump is just the avatar for that. In terms of the comments by Ryan about Iranian society, he's just kind of demonstrating he doesn't know what he's talking about. So if you've ever been to Iran, or you've studied Iranian politics, or you've studied the Islamic Revolution, it's not the only Islamic republic in the region. Pakistan is also an Islamic republic. So it is a model of government that has been successful and resilient despite being under 47 years of sanctions. And there are not throngs of protesters wanting to overthrow the Iranian government, and people will come out in the millions as they did during the National Day. Right around the same time Benjamin Netanyahu rolled up to the United States to sell the war to Trump, 2 million people came out on the streets of Tehran to support the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who the U.S. and Israel assassinated. So they showed, under threat, they showed solidarity nationally. People all over the country, 20 million people were out on the street during that week of February, supporting the government. Okay, so to say the U.S. Or Israeli propaganda talking point, or the Pahlavi royalist talking point that everybody is waiting to overthrow the quote theocracy or whatever in Iran, that's just fantasy. That's just propaganda. The reality says something completely different. You've just lost that liberal Western or pro-Western generation that you were cultivating to try to do a color revolution in Iran. You've lost them by carpet bombing and killing Iranian children, girls, hitting schools, bombing 30 universities, targeting 30 universities in Iran, hitting infrastructure, killing people left, right, and center, and then threatening total civilizational annihilation. You can't row that back, Ryan. It's finished. You can't undo. The world can't unsee what Donald Trump and the U.S. have done. The threats Pete Hegseth made to bomb a country into the Stone Age.
Okay.
You can't row it back. I'm sorry. It's done.
Okay. A very brief response from you, Ryan, because I need to move us to our final question there.
I mean, what else can you expect from someone who associates so long with Russian influence agents? I mean, that is what they're saying. So that point of view,
nice
is
cope.
represented.
That's a great cope.
And so,
great cope, Ryan.
And just hold on a second. And as for the issue,
you don't have
of
an argument. You don't have an argument,
You're going to have
Ryan.
people who are going to cite the millions of people who have protested the regime, at the same time as people are going to then cite the people who protested in favor of the regime. So you're going to get those claims from both sides, and so people are just going to have to decide which side of that argument they're going to want to believe. What's more likely, that the Iranian people genuinely oppose a theocracy, and yes, it's a theocracy, that engages in that type of behavior, or do they somehow like it and then like it even more after protesting it and getting shot in the streets? I'll just have to let people decide what makes more sense.
Okay, all right. And I'm going to put a pin in that discussion there because we're running out of time. I've only got time for one last very brief answer from each of you. So we'll leave that civil uprising question for another day. Let me put this to you, Ambassador. I'm going to ask you first. Last week, when President Trump announced the ceasefire in Lebanon, he did this before Prime Minister Netanyahu could consult with his cabinet. We're talking about the changes to the region, how alliances are shifting across the Middle East. Do you think we could be seeing a shift in the Israeli-American relationship, at least in private, because President Trump didn't consult with Prime Minister Netanyahu on this?
Because, when this ceasefire was being worked out, at the last moment, since Israel had undertook attacks on Lebanon, so there was a threat that entire peace process will be destabilized, entire peace process will be disrupted, and therefore the leadership from various parts of the world approached the U.S. president and requested that Israel-Lebanon ceasefire will be an important part of the overall peace process, meaning that if Israel continues to attack Lebanon, then it will be very difficult to negotiate peace between US and Iran, and that remains a reality even today. So that is why I think we saw then the US administration used its influence with Iran very quietly, very confidentially, and they were able to have a ceasefire. I think it is a 10 days ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel, which is now in force at the moment. So I think this will have to be, Israel Lebanon part will remain. Israel Lebanon equation will remain part of the entire peace equation. And if we have to see a comprehensive peace emerging from Islamabad and then finalizing it into some kind of a peace agreement, a permanent peace agreement between US and Iran, some kind of differences will have to be reached with regard to that nothing, disrupts or abruptly ends this some kind of, attacks by Israel on Lebanon. So this has to be the part of the whole, peace process.
Ryan, do you think that this conflict has changed the US-Israeli relationship? Has it illustrated that President Trump is willing to do whatever it takes to get the deal done, even if that means going against what he knows the Israeli Prime Minister wants?
I don't think so. I think that the U.S. and Israeli relationship is actually stronger. It's true that Trump is a bit of an independent actor in many ways. And so is it possible that he agrees to a deal that Israel's not fond of? That is possible. But so far what we've seen is that he does take into account Israeli interests and the Israeli point of view. And that's because of this U.S.-Israeli alliance that I think is multi-layered. But at the same time, when you point out these differences, both in personality between the two governments, and then the times that the U.S. and Israel disagree and clash on policy, it makes it very hard to believe this narrative that the Zionists and the Jews just puppeteer the U.S. and it's not like a real democracy or free country because there's this global conspiracy, which is kind of like the underpinning of a lot of this talk that demonizes the West reflexively at every turn without any nuance.
Okay. Before we run out of time, Patrick, your take on that, the US-Israeli relationship. We're talking about regional change. Is that one of the big regional changes this war has sparked?
It's not clear that that's going to be the case. There might be some superficial maneuvering for public relations purposes by the Trump administration because his base is basically degraded because of his slavish support for Israel and the fact that the Israeli lobby purchased this president for about $250 million in the last election cycle. That's admitted. Trump's even groveled to Mary Adelson on that basis, as well as in the Israeli Knesset. So you can't separate this president, this administration from Israel. It's just not going to happen. In terms of Lebanon, what Israel's doing is basically ethnic cleansing and bombing civilian populations, densely populated areas in Lebanon, in Beirut, erasing whole villages. They broke the ceasefire from the first day. So there is no ceasefire with Lebanon and Israel. They even wired infrastructure for explosives and are claiming that's not a violation of the ceasefire because they didn't fire any artillery or drop any bombs. That's how ridiculous and what a farce this framing of the Lebanese situation is. These are war crimes. These are crimes against humanity. Where are the sanctions? Where's the condemnation from the Europeans, from anyone in the U.S.? They don't mind because it's Israel. Israel can do as it wants, and this is proving it. The situation in Lebanon's proof that Israel has total impunity in the eyes of the United States. And until that changes, we're just going to have a long, simmering, burning conflict in this region. It's never going to end until that changes.
Gentlemen, your opinions, your perspectives have been illuminating and so interesting for our audience. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, we're out of time, so I'm going to leave it there. But Mansour Ahmed Khan, former Pakistani ambassador, thank you to you, sir. Ryan Morrow, counter-terrorism expert and president of the Morrow Institute, and Patrick Henningsen, geopolitical analyst and executive editor of the news website 21st Century Wire. To all of you, thank you for joining us on Counterpoints. And to our audience, thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. You can, of course, keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black. It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Sydney. Sydney, Australia's largest city, is often dubbed as one of the most beautiful in the world. The place offers an attractive mix of modern architecture, historical landmarks, breathtaking views, relaxing gardens, and more. What are the top spots to see in Sydney? Perhaps Australia's most famous man-made attraction, and a worldwide icon too, is the Sydney Opera House. The structure alone is already a unique feat of architectural design and engineering. While built from innovation, creativity, and quite a bit of controversy, the Sydney Opera House remains a remarkable building that's home to over 1,500 performances a year and inviting up to 1.2 million audiences each time. One of the most well-maintained and well-preserved examples of colonial-style architecture in Australia is Sydney's Government House. Since its construction in 1846, it has been home to 27 governors and today remains one of the city's hidden gems, with interiors characteristic of its Gothic influence. Located nearby is the Royal Botanic Gardens, which offers a bevy of colors that's a sight to see in any season. It is kept alive with birds such as cockatoos and sleeping flying foxes that hang from branches, among many other natural wonders. The Australian National Maritime Museum is known for its sensational displays of the country's maritime heritage. Exhibits on display range from full-size to scale ships, an authentic submarine, and other relics of shipping history. The iconic Queen Victoria building is Sydney's ultimate shopping hub. As the building itself is an architectural marvel that boasts of fine details, craftsmanship, and style, it gives tourists an elegant and high-end shopping experience. Worth the hike is Sydney's Blue Mountains, located in New South Wales. Its blue haze horizon offers a breathtaking view and the perfect escape from the busy city. It's a great way to appreciate the scenery, wildlife, and mountain surroundings. Australia's Bondi Beach is known as the most popular in the country. It's close to the suburbs and easily accessible, which allows tourists and locals alike a spontaneous visit. Its great sand and clean waters are what make the beach a popular hotspot. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
The people of Milana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. The unique democratic system practiced in Milana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece, It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Peace talks are scheduled to take place in Pakistan hours before the US-Iran ceasefire ends. Meanwhile, Israel and Lebanon prepare for a second round of discussions in Washington, but Hezbollah continues to reject negotiations. A new era for Apple. The tech giant announces the promotion of longtime hardware boss John Ternus to succeed Tim Cook. And UK MPs are held an emergency debate on the Lord Mandelson scandal in the wake of new revelations by the former Foreign Office civil servant Ollie Robbins, who accuses Prime Minister Keir Starmer's Downing Street of putting pressure on him over the appointment. Now, the US says it's confident peace talks with Iran will go ahead in Pakistan. That's despite mixed messages about them joining. Vice President J.D. Vance was due to lead negotiations in Islamabad today, whilst Iran has warned it has new cards on the battlefield if fighting resumes. The two-week temporary ceasefire ends on Wednesday night, with President Donald Trump keen for a deal rather than an extension to the truce. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Michael, let's begin with you, because critical hours ahead. I think it's fair to say that as the end to the ceasefire looming, we know that the US delegation hasn't left for Islamabad. As far as we know, the Iranian delegation hasn't left for Islamabad too. So what do we know right now? What's the latest on both sides' positions?
So no official confirmation that Iran is in fact sending a delegation, but we do have Pakistani sources, unnamed sources, who are saying that yes, there will be an Iranian delegation that will be arriving in Islamabad Wednesday morning. Now, J.D. Vance, as well as Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, are still in the U.S., still in Washington, but it would make sense for them to be flying overnight, so for them to leave in a few hours, so that they would be arriving early Wednesday morning, ready for negotiations. We also know that there is still a U.S. naval blockade in place. We do know, as you have said, that Iran claims they have new cards for, quote unquote, the battlefield, and that they do not accept negotiations under threat. We also know that the ceasefire that was supposed to expire tonight will actually be expiring tomorrow night, Wednesday night. And Donald Trump has said that he is not comfortable with extending the ceasefire, but that he would if he absolutely has to. But he's also said that he is okay bombing Iran, and that he says the military is ready to go ahead. We also know, we know a lot without knowing too much. We also know that the Pakistani foreign minister has been urging the U.S. to extend the ceasefire and to pursue diplomacy. That's a lot of what we think we are able to confirm through unnamed sources and various media outlets. What we don't know, but we can assume is happening as well, is that the Gulf states must be having real conversations with the White House behind the scenes, because there are some messages coming out that perhaps the Gulf states are not going to have their concerns front and center during negotiations. And there's real fear on the part of many of the GCC states that Iran may come out more powerful at the end of this than before, because they will have that golden grip on the Strait of Hormuz, where they will either be charging a fee or they will be determining who goes through the strait.
Yes, absolutely. And I think there's concern from all sides at the moment. Pakistan is encouraging the US and Iran to come to the table, to come to Islamabad. 20,000 security officers are said to be in place in case those talks do take place. And of course, the rest of the world will be watching what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz as it's that key economic choke point. But Gemma, there's something else happening in Iran, and something we don't touch on all the time, but it's under this near total internet blackout. And there's no indication on when these restrictions may be lifted. We are already 54 days into this war. Domestic websites, apps are not available. Has anything changed since the temporary ceasefire, that 2-week ceasefire, was put in place?
No, nothing's changed. If anything, the blackout has become more restrictive. It's currently one of the longest nationwide internet shutdowns ever. It obviously began in January this year during the protests and was intensified by the end of February when the war escalated. Now, since then, connectivity has often dropped to around 1 or 2% of normal levels, meaning most people simply have no access to the internet at all. Now, for Iranians, this means they only have access to government-approved sites and little to no communication with the outside world. Obviously, major platforms where one might exchange information, such as Instagram, WhatsApp, X, YouTube, they've all been blocked. Now, there were frequent disruptions before the war. Obviously, Iran has previous form with blocking or slowing down the internet in 2009, 2019, 2022, and again, obviously, this year. Now, the main thing here is, how is this affecting Iranians in their day-to-day life? And the effects have been devastating. So the shutdown has had, or the blackout rather, has had a very big impact on ordinary people's lives. We're looking at the collapse of jobs and income. We're looking at online sales having dropped by 80%. And some businesses reporting a 90 to 95% loss in revenue. People like freelancers, remote workers, digital businesses have essentially been shut out. Anyone relying on e-commerce or coding, design, or even international clients, they've been hit the hardest. And there's also the disruption to education. So students unable to access online classes, research, or international academic platforms. So, the economy as a whole has taken a massive hit, and I'm seeing estimations of between $30 to $80 million a day in losses. The stock market has dropped, financial transactions greatly reduced, and obviously this impacts banking, payments, logistics, and then that in turn feeds into rising unemployment, inflation, and shortages of goods.
And that's something we don't hear a lot about because we don't get information out of Iran from the people who are living there. And Michael, as you did say earlier, Donald Trump has said if a deal is not reached, the military threat is still there. And the US has been restocking during the ceasefire. And that should mean that those people in Iran who are already suffering could face even harsher economic climate.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I think has surprised the U.S. the most is that, there have been reports that Donald Trump is amazed that the Iranians have not capitulated. And I think it's because they've been able to withstand these sanctions for 47 years since 1979. And what the regime does not seem to, what the world, I think, recognizes is that the regime does not seem to be so concerned about the 92 million people that are in the country. They're more concerned about staying in power. And so for them, they are not as concerned about the 3,200 people, Iranians, that have died. I think that they're more concerned about making sure that their inner circle remains solidly behind the negotiating positions that they are taking so that they come out at the end of this still in power.
And that's absolutely what a lot of people and analysts are saying is right now, who is running Iran? Is it the IRGC or is it the government? But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And we'll see what happens in these critical hours ahead for those US talks with Iran in Pakistan. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And the US State Department will host the second round of talks between Lebanon and Israel this Thursday as the two countries continue to negotiate a peace plan. It follows last week's ceasefire announcement, which saw a pause in fighting between Israel and Iran-backed proxy Hezbollah. While Lebanon's President Joseph Aoun is still keen to reach an agreement with Israel, Hezbollah has called negotiations futile. Gemma, let's begin with you, because more negotiation talks for the US, of course, in the region. What's the latest that we're hearing from Lebanon right now?
So the 10-day ceasefire that began around April the 16th does continue, but one has to wonder if ceasefire is too, big a word for it, because it's extremely fragile and there's been accusations of violations, shootings and escalating tension on both sides. I think it would not be wrong to say that right now Lebanon is a tinderbox, one wrong move and it could all start up again. So the fighting hasn't fully stopped. Now, Israel, for their part, their officials have said that their aim is to replicate in southern Lebanon the destruction of the entire towns, such as they carried out in Gaza. So this is despite the ceasefire. Israel has continued, raising these neighborhoods in border villages in order to create what they are calling a forward defense line. Obviously, their troops are still inside of Lebanon, holding, again, what they call a security zone. And Lebanon's leadership have warned that there will be resistance if Israel doesn't withdraw. So obviously the US is actively mediating talks between Israel and Lebanon, the first serious ones in decades, with the round of talks scheduled to begin on Thursday in Washington. Now, on the negotiating table is extending the ceasefire, a possible permanent border security agreement, and obviously conditions in place to stop attacks from groups like Hezbollah. But the biggest sticking points still remain. Israel wants its buffer zone, they demand Hezbollah be disarmed, and they want to keep troops in place. Whereas for Lebanon, they want full Israeli withdrawal from their territory.
And it's really interesting because in the last few minutes, we've heard from Hezbollah, and Hezbollah says attacked North Israel in response to Israeli truce violations. So clearly, there's still, as you say, these ongoing strikes despite the ceasefire. But Michael, Israel's conduct in Lebanon has been widely condemned today. Belgium's foreign minister spoken out against it. What's prompting this outrage?
Well, it was a bad day in Europe, I would say, for Israel. And what's prompted the outrage, of course, is the desecration of a statue of Jesus by an IDF soldier. and the Belgium foreign minister, as well as the Polish foreign minister, both were on social media, and they were making their concerns felt. And what was really quite interesting is that, unlike in previous moments, we can see the picture there on screen, but in previous moments, we would have a foreign government representative speaking to the Israeli government, asking for something to be examined to make sure that there are repercussions for an individual. But in this particular case, both the Belgium and Polish foreign ministers, are pushing for the EU to come out with some strong language, but also to start to reevaluate the relationships, either the economic or the military relationships that the EU has with Israel. Israel, I think, is damaging itself globally on the world stage when it comes to actions like this, because traditionally what would happen is that Israel would say that they would investigate, and then of course we know that nothing would come of it. And I don't know how Israel can be allowed to investigate one of its own and then everybody would just accept that. But that was pretty much the status quo. Now, however, that's not the case. You have these two foreign ministers speaking up and asking for, the EU to actually play a more active part in making sure that there are true repercussions. The other issue that has come out today as well is that the new or soon-to-be Hungarian Prime Minister has said that his country will abide by the ICC ruling, and that if Prime Minister Netanyahu were to fly into Hungary, he would be arrested. Now, in the past, Netanyahu has had two allies where he could go. He could go to Hungary and visit Viktor Orban, or he can go to the U.S. and visit Donald Trump. In both those countries, he would not be arrested because those countries had said that they would not abide by the International Criminal Court ruling. But the soon-to-be in-office Hungarian Prime Minister has said that he will abide by it. So it's been a bit of a rough day for the Israelis in Europe.
And we have to remember that these talks are happening right now while the US and Iran are set to hold the second round of negotiations. I just want to bring you some breaking news lines that we're getting from an Iranian official. He's currently speaking to Reuters and says Iran rejects negotiations conducted under pressure or aimed at surrender. He also says Pakistan's efforts to pursue US to lift naval blockade release the Iranian ship and its crew have not yielded any results, and also says the US is creating new obstacles every day instead of resolving issues. So we're just getting some more lines there. Gemma, I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but doesn't come as a surprise that we've been hearing that the standoff continues. And I think a lot of people are also saying, will Israel's continued attacks on Lebanon derail these talks that are already fragile?
I think with regards to the Iranian statement, it should come as no surprise. We feel completely in the dark as to even who is going to come and conduct these negotiations. And it just seems that they are absolutely unwilling to get involved in any of it. And it does feel at the moment that one wrong move and things could expand, things could get worse. As you say, there are so many players here. Pakistan has been doing, sterling work trying to bring everyone to the negotiating table. But how do you bring people to the negotiating table when they simply do not want to negotiate?
Michael, just a quick thought from you on those talks. So, as I said, Iran rejects negotiations conducted under pressure or aimed at surrender, which I do think is quite interesting because right now Iran is still blocking the Strait of Hormuz and the US has its naval blockade in place. So both of them are having exactly the same maximalist position. None of them are sort of saying, OK, we'll walk away and give diplomacy a chance.
And this is one of the interesting moments that we find ourselves in, where there are so many different negotiations that are taking place. Of course, there's the ones that hopefully will take place in Islamabad behind closed doors. But we also know that there is, I don't know if it's negotiations or if it's just posturing that's taking place on social media with Truth Social and with X. These are new platforms. So they're new battlefronts in one sense, where both parties can make sure that they're maybe a little bit more aggressive and they're a little bit louder than they would be behind closed doors. But it is a little bit disconcerting for people who are living in the region, and it's incredibly difficult for the media to track all of what's being said and who is saying it, and making sure it's said by somebody who is in fact saying it themselves. So it creates just another layer that I think we all have to take into account, but we can't necessarily trust on the surface. We have to sort of dig a little bit deeper, make sure it's true, and then we're stuck in a position where we have to wait for the other side to say what they're going to say publicly, and that, of course, could be very different from what they're saying behind closed doors.
Yeah, absolutely. You hit the nail on the head there. So difficult to know what's actually happening with the social media rhetoric, with both sides speaking to all different people. But it's quite interesting. I just had a look, actually, quickly, how long the flight is from Washington to D.C. Washington, D.C. to Islamabad, I apologize. It's 14 hours. Tehran to Islamabad is about three and a half hours. So if J.D. Vance is due to get there, and the delegation, they've got to leave pretty soon. So we'll be checking to see what happens on that. But thank you so much for your thoughts there. Let's move on to another story now. And Apple has named John Ternus as its next CEO, promoting him from his role in hardware engineering. Ternus has worked at Apple for 25 years and has been heavily involved in some of its biggest products, including iPads and AirPods. But analysts and investors have expressed concern over Tim Cook's replacement after 15 years in charge, where he increased Apple's market value by $3.6 trillion. So, Michael, yes, there we are. Cook is out. Ternus is in. Tell us more about his departure from the role. And we know that Cook will officially be leaving on the 1st of September. So there's a little bit of a buffer zone there.
So there is, and I think you said it best when you said that Tim Cook has overseen the company's valuation for a total of $3.6 trillion. How do you replace that person? That is the tricky part. And I think that what's going to be happening is that there's going to be kind of a splitting of responsibilities, because Tim Cook will remain as the executive chairman, and there are some reports that he will be speaking to governments. And that is certainly when it comes to China, that's been one of Tim Cook's strengths, is that he has led those negotiations with the Chinese when it came to the making of finding all of those workers in China who were able to do the job. And because of his persona and because of the way that he interacted with the Chinese, he had such a good relationship with them that not only did he make donations to a Chinese university, but he also became a bit of a cultural ambassador for the U.S. to China. And many would say that it was Tim Cook why Apple was exempted from some of the tariffs. So he is, it's definitely the end of an era. And, you know, he has been in the role for 15 years. He took over from the man himself, Steve Jobs, and then he saw the growth of Apple into what it is today. But we also have to accept that while he's created a real ecosystem, you know, a lot of what Apple does now are services, of course, but you know, there's a real vibe with Apple, and everything from the watches and the iPhones to the AirPods and the MacBooks. But he is leaving at a time when the company is going through, okay, what's next phase, where, as I said, Apple is very much a vibe, but the critics, and there aren't too many, and they haven't been too harsh, but the critics would say that there hasn't been a lot of innovation recently at Apple. There's been a lot for content creators and for the creation of various platforms, but it's the hardware itself where maybe that has where Apple has left a little bit of money on the table.
Yeah, it's so interesting because you talk about the Apple vibe, and I feel like I'm the classic Apple consumer. I've got it all because it all links. It's an ecosystem. It's super easy to use. But top business people will say, we want better phones that are good for business, not just for content creation. So there is, of course, some criticism there, but as you say, not much. But Gemma, let's talk about this product guy, John Turnus. I was just checking him out online. 51 years old, not bad looking for a tech bro CEO. I must say, Silicon Valley is sometimes short on good-looking young tech bros.
The bar is low.
The bar is low. We said that earlier, didn't we? but John Turner's 51. He's younger. But what I find really interesting is, what do you think investors are going to be concerned about? Because confidence may dip because, as Michael was just explaining, Tim Cook was kind of a phenomenon, wasn't he? So what can we expect from Turnus?
You're right. I mean, absolutely huge shoes to fill. And so I think it's probably important that he doesn't attempt to fill shoes, but, you know, makes his own way and forges his own path. So reaction has been cautious, but confident. There was mixed initial market reaction, and we saw Apple's stock dip very slightly by 0.8% after the announcement. But that's far from, you know, a panicked reaction. It just shows a little bit uncertainty, which, given, you know, a company of Apple's size and standing, is to be expected. Now, overall, he is viewed as a safe choice. He's a company man. He's been at Apple for 25 years running the hardware division. And I think this is a good call. You know, it's stability, and investors are going to feel reassured with him at the helm. Now, he has a strong track record, as you mentioned. He has overseen major products, including the iPhone, Mac, iPad, and AirPods. And I'm like you, Leigh Ann, I have all the gadgets because they all link up and it makes it quite seamless. Now, he's also been credited with helping revive Mac sales and product momentum. But what do his detractors say? And we did touch upon this. AI remains the big question, and it is an area in which Apple has been seen to have been lagging behind its competitors in generative AI, and that worries investors moving forward. So that's probably, I think, going to be top of the list. It's going to be one of his key challenges, and it's going to be what helps him stand out from Tim Cook, who has been criticized for not focusing on that area.
And it's so fascinating, isn't it? Because he's a hardware man. He's not an AI man. And let's be honest, Michael, AI is what seems to be driving the markets. It seems to be driving the big tech companies when it comes to stocks. But the reality is AI isn't quite here just yet. We're sort of on the brink of it, but we're not quite full AI yet, are we?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We're not quite there yet, but we are there in the sense that the tech companies have been investing millions, hundreds of millions of dollars every year now into data centers. And the fear is twofold. The fear is we're not sure what AI will do, but we're also not sure what it won't do. But we definitely have to get on the bandwagon and be spending money to make sure that we're doing what everybody else is doing. Now, my bigger concern, at least for the next little while, would be for John, would be how is he going to navigate the relationship with Donald Trump? Or, because Tim Cook is staying on as executive chairman, will that remain something that Tim Cook will do? Well, he will continue to sort of placate the president however he needs to, so that John Turnus can focus on the development and the hardware stuff, and Tim Cook will be making John Turnus's life easier, because he'll be catching the flack if there's any to catch from the president, because I do think that that's definitely one of the roles that the person who's in the top spot at Apple has to deal with is, you know, a somewhat erratic Donald Trump at times.
Maybe he can become a good friend of his, like Jeff Bezos. We'll wait and see what happens with John Turners, Donald Trump, Tim Cook. What a relationship to think about. Anyway, stay right there as we move on to another story now. An account of Peter Mandelson's vetting process given by the former top civil servant Ollie Robbins has raised new questions about whether he was misled about the findings. The deputy chairman of the Conservative Party says the Mandelson scandal undermines all trust in politics. Gemma, this story is kind of fascinating because it's really plagued Keir Starmer's tenure as Prime Minister over in the UK for a long time right now. And I just want to know, we got Ollie Robbins today, and he obviously gave a 2-hour I don't know what we can call it, but I've forgotten the name, but you'll tell me. A 2-hour process in front of taking questions. But tell us more about what Ollie Robbins came out with.
Yeah, so he was speaking to MPs today, and you're right, it was almost 2.5 hours in front of the Commons Foreign Affairs Committee. Now, he's saying that he still doesn't fully understand why he was removed from his position, and he claims he's still in the dark about the reasons for his sacking. And he actually suggested that he may call for further processes, like further committee hearings, in order to get clarity on what actually happened. Now, the core of his argument is that his department was put under pressure to expedite Lord Mandelson's security clearance, but that regardless of that pressure, giving Mandelson the clearance was the right thing to do. And he also said that the political team in Downing Street were determined that Lord Mandelson would become the US ambassador. Now, that's something that Downing Street has denied, because they say the exact opposite. They say there was no undue pressure on the Foreign Office, and Robbins made the wrong call in giving Mandelson security clearance. Now, he feels very deeply about it. He's called his departure desperately sad. He said that his role was the proudest moment of his career, and he seems to be in sort of personal and professional shock. But, you know, anyone who survives in British politics shouldn't be shocked that at some point the buck is going to stop with someone, and unfortunately, it's stopping with Robbins. Now, is he being made a scapegoat? Yes and no. It really depends on how you're going to view this. But there is evidence on both sides that multiple insiders say that the blame is being pushed onto him, but also that he was one of the decision makers in the process. So there's a lot to unpack here. And I think for Starmer especially, it's not going away, this kind of stench of Epstein, this hangover from Epstein, in which Mandelson was very deeply involved, is continuing to linger.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because if we had a look at what Ollie Robbins did say as he gave evidence to MPs today, he said there was a clear atmosphere of pressure to get Mandelson appointment done before President Donald Trump was put in power in the US. They found this something that was critically important. Keir Starmer was definitely up for keeping that special relationship going. And he said he was under pressure to do this, and he was in a very difficult situation. But Michael, generally, when we have a look at loopholes, what has come to light from the Mandelson security vetting saga? And do you really think that this is the end of it? Because I think a lot of people are saying that Keir Starmer has failed in many areas and he should go, especially the opposition in the UK. And I wonder if he's now on even thinner ice after this Robbins evidence was given, even though there was no smoking gun, essentially.
So I'm not the biggest Prime Minister Starmer's fan, but I would say that what this whole process has shown us is there is a lot of room for human error and a lot of room for human interpretation. The way that you interpret something is different than the way that I am, and that's evident here. Because I'll give an example that I think we can all relate to. I was editor-in-chief of a newspaper, and I had a CEO. Now, if I wanted to tap somebody for promotion, but HR came to me and said, that person carries a few red flags. If I wanted to go ahead, I would bet that 99.9% of people would go and have a conversation with the CEO to say, HR said this, but I'm tempted to disregard that and give him the promotion still. And that's all that needed to happen. And what we saw in this particular process is that didn't happen. For whatever reason, the Foreign Office didn't feel that they needed to go to the Prime Minister, to the CEO, to the top person, and say, I'm going to disregard the findings. I'm not going to tell you what the findings are, because that was a whole different conversation. But what I'm going to do is disregard the findings and go ahead and make this recommendation. But I wanted to let you know, because ultimately, as Gemma said, the buck stops with you. Are you cool with this? At that point, the Prime Minister could have said, I trust you, go ahead, do your job. That's why you're in this position, so that I can delegate and so that I can make sure that all the work that is supposed to be done is done. But we've now had the conversation. Or the Prime Minister could say, I really think that we have to abide by the recommendations of the professionals, the civil servants who are working with us, and I have to say no. And if the Prime Minister had had that opportunity, then I think the outrage that so many people are feeling about the Prime Minister and what he should have known, I think they would be fully within their rights. But because he was never told, I think when he stood up in the House of Commons and he accepted responsibility because he is the boss and that's what he has to do. But he also wanted to make sure that everybody understood the process and where it failed. And as he said, the system was not as airtight as it should have been. And I think it's going to allow him a little bit more leeway moving forward.
But it's really interesting. You say the system, and that seems to be something that Prime Minister Keir Starmer in the UK blames all the time. He's blaming the system for this lapse in vetting. Everyone knew when Peter Mandelson was said to be appointed the US ambassador. It was a big concern. A lot of people and the papers in the UK were talking about red flags. They're talking about Mandelson's connection to Epstein. They were talking about the fact Mandelson had been fired from the Labour Party before. They knew the risks involved in Mandelson, and many people argue Prime Minister Keir Starmer should have been across that vetting because of the prior risks when it came to Mandelson. And it's extremely frustrating for Labour MPs who are looking to go into local elections in just a couple of weeks' time. Gemma, just a quick thought from you, and it looks like it might actually be a whitewash for Labour, and that will be Keir Starmer's time to go.
Yeah, there comes a point, where you can't just keep saying, oh, I didn't know, or it was, someone else's decision, when you are, at the top of the food chain, and ultimately, the final say and the final decisions stop with you. I do see this would be very frustrating for Labour because, they're about to go into these elections and they need to be seen to be, for the people and transparent. I think we've seen transparency shoot to the top of a lot of voters' wish lists, with everything that's been going on in the world. They want to feel that they're being told the truth. And here, with so much, he said this and he said that, it really looks like there's a lot of butt covering, one might call it, rather than transparency with the voters.
Yeah, really interesting. Let's see what happens in those local elections as this Peter Mandelson mess just continues to plague Keir Starmer and, of course, give the Conservatives, the opposition, a bit of a head start in those polls when it comes to the local elections. But now it's that time of the show where Gemma and Michael have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Michael, I don't know if you know this, but actually my favourite singer, who is Madonna, is trending today. Can you tell us why?
So let me ask you a question. I was doing a little bit of research. Do you know how old she is?
60. She must be about, I want to go with 65 or 66 now.
Okay, so you're very close. She's 67. She'll be 68 this year. And I didn't realize she was that old. So the 67-year-old who is worth $850 million, has gone out on social media after appearing at Coachella with Sabrina Carpenter. Part of her history, she says, has been stolen because some of the vintage costumes that she wore when she was on stage have gone missing. And she is offering a reward. And it's not just a celebrity who's come forward and said, some of my stuff is missing. Can you help me out? She's actually created an email address called infomaverick2026@gmail.com. So if anybody has any information about these vintage pieces of Madonna's history that have gone missing, please email her with details, because she will no doubt be wanting to wear some of these when her new album is set to be released, which is going to be in just a couple of months on July 3rd.
I must say something. I know Madonna is getting a little bit old, but she can still fit into all those vintage outfits and she still looks amazing, right, Gemma? We've got to give her credit where credit's due. I don't think her music is what it was in the early days, but she still looks good.
I think she's incredible. I've seen her in concert about 4 times. And Leigh Ann, as one of her biggest fans, I think we need to check where you were last weekend. Were you spotted backstage at Coachella? Do we need to look in your wardrobe for these missing outfits?
Just one thing about Coachella. I don't think I'm cool enough to go there. So I definitely wasn't there, I'm afraid. I've been seeing all these Instagram reels of all these influencers getting ready for Coachella. And I feel like I've never been so further away from any form of festival like that, I'm afraid. So it definitely wasn't me. Was it you, Gemma? Maybe?
It wasn't me. I am a big fan, but I think my corset days are kind of over, to be honest with you.
Michael's saying it's him. Was it the purple corset, Michael, that caught your eye?
Absolutely.
I knew it. And the sunglasses. But Gemma, let's move on to yours, because the Just Do It sports brand Nike is said to have missed the mark after a feud with walkers. I have no idea what the story is about. Tell us more.
I know. How can you upset? What is walkers? People who love walking. You know, you have to be pretty off the mark in order to upset those. So Nike has done this big marketing campaign across London. Big billboards. You're seeing them now. They say things like "Runners welcome, walkers tolerated." You didn't come all this way for a walk in the park. Now. Okay, this is quite funny. You know, as a walker myself, I can't run anymore due to a knee injury. As a walker myself, I'm not offended by this. You know, bit of fun. But what they did is they placed all these billboards around an area where something called Park Run takes place. Now, Park Run is a big thing in the UK. It's a free weekly 5K community event. It's held every Saturday at 9 a.m. in parks, open spaces, along coastal promenades, and it is all inclusive. It's for absolutely everyone. It's for all ages. They do a children's version. So, okay, Nike, you know, you want to start a bit of a conversation and you want a bit of, you know, social media attention, but, you know, don't kind of do a walkers not welcome in a space that is really supposed to be all inclusive. So I think that's where they've missed the mark. And interestingly, this campaign, they had to remove it in Boston because there were so many complaints about it. And Nike ended up apologizing. So, you know, I don't know why Boston managed to get rid of it. And then they thought, well, do you know what? We'll go and put them up in the UK. Perhaps the Brits will be too polite to say anything. But no, Brits have not been too polite. They don't like it.
And I must say something. When I lived in London for the very many years I used to do the park run. I used to really enjoy it. Battersea Park, it used to be a 5K park run in the mornings, and I always loved it. But I must say, also, I'm more of a walker now than a runner. I just feel like, how dare, you know, I'm not offended, because I know a lot of people think walking's a bit boring, but I really enjoy it. So at least, I guess, Nike's put walkers back in the spotlight, Michael, a little bit?
Well, so I would say I like the campaigns that offend some people. I think we've become a little bit too soft.
I agree. All those great campaigns we used to have that was slightly you know, close to the bone.
And there were some that were more than slightly.
But, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And if you're a walker, you know, enjoy it. And I want to say thanks to our guest, Managing Director of This is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. I just want to bring you one breaking news line before we wrap up the show. Iran has threatened to end Gulf countries' oil production if attacked from their territory. So we're just hearing that from Iran right now ahead of that ceasefire end looming pretty rapidly. We also got some news lines from a senior Iranian official who has been speaking to Reuters, says Iran rejects negotiations conducted under pressure or aimed at a surrender. So it's still unclear if those talks between the US and Iran will happen in Pakistan, but definitely more on that news. And that's all from us tonight. Thank you very much. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, and G&T will be coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English from our headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, with the clock ticking ahead of the end of the ceasefire between Iran and the United States, we ask what hope for diplomatic efforts being brokered by Pakistan. Tehran, meanwhile, is threatening that it has new cards that it can play on the battlefield. And as Israel and Lebanon gear up for a second round of diplomatic exchanges in Washington on Thursday, we ask what might be achieved. Hello and welcome to the programme. Now, all eyes are on Pakistan today, where talks between the United States and Iran are expected to take place. But the big question is whether or not those talks can go ahead. Well, uncertainty looms over those talks. The United States has expressed confidence, though, that the peace talks will go ahead. However, a senior Iranian official says that Tehran is considering joining, but said that Iran has concern that negotiations will result in demands being made that Tehran is not ready to meet. Well, both sides have accused each other of ceasefire violations in recent days in the Strait of Hormuz. Well, a ceasefire between the two countries is due to expire on Wednesday, with US President Donald Trump saying that an extension is highly unlikely and that he doesn't want to extend it. We're joined now by Jennifer Gavito, who is former US Acting Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs, and she previously served as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Iran, Iraq and Public Diplomacy. She joins us from Washington, D.C. Jennifer, thank you very much indeed for joining us. The end of this ceasefire appears to be a few hours away. We've heard President Trump in the last couple of hours saying, I do not want to extend the ceasefire. So when it ends, if it does so in the absence of an agreement, what logically happens then?
So I think the president is trying to signal that the United States is willing to go back into armed conflict and essentially restart the bombing of Iran. I've just heard in the last minutes, however, that Pakistan has formally requested that the United States and Iran do, in fact, extend that ceasefire. I think that President Trump, at the end of the day, would like to avoid going back into armed conflict. And so my prediction is that there will be a formula found to extend that ceasefire, or maybe we'll see a few kind of symbolic bombings resume in order for the president to see through that position. I think he thinks that he can pressure Iran this way, and I'm afraid that's a miscalculation.
Okay, I mean, the U.S. President Trump, as you say, seems to think the United States is in a strong position. In fact, he said we're in a very, very strong position just a couple of hours ago. Do you think both sides genuinely believe they have the upper hand here?
I think that's absolutely correct. The United States is in a strong position. Our military has performed spectacularly. They have, in fact, greatly eliminated Iran's Air Force capabilities, naval capabilities, and have had significant success. At the same time, the Iranian regime has survived the onslaught, has managed to, for the first time really, shut off global commerce by stopping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. And believes that it is in a position to continue this conflict for an extended period of time. And so I think this is the gross miscalculation that is happening right now is, in fact, both sides are in a strong position, but that doesn't get us any closer to a negotiated solution. And at the end of the day, that is the only thing that will end this war.
Yeah, I mean, we're 6 or 7 weeks into this conflict, and I'm just wondering whether you detect any significant tensions behind the scenes in Iran or any fractures that the United States can exploit, because that's something that was sort of banked on at the get-go. Have you seen that?
Yes, I think we've seen some indications, including the tweets by the IRGC over the weekend criticizing the foreign minister and some of the positions that he's taken. And so what I think we see happening is exactly as you say, what was predicted, and that is an attempt by the IRGC to consolidate power within Iran. And the more that is successful, then the more likely it is that Iran will feel that it does not have to make negotiated compromises in order to end this conflict. The moderated positions that we're seeing by Ghalibaf and Araghchi during the talks in Islamabad, by all accounts, demonstrated some degree of flexibility in position. But, as we know from not just this round, but previous rounds of negotiations, the Iranian system is a complex one, and no two people are firmly in control. And the more they're viewed as being too far, willing to go too far in their compromise, I think it's likely that they're likely to lose some degree of influence within the Iranian system.
And what do you think the Iranian side thinks about the United States in terms of fractures and divisions that can be exploited? Because there must be a number of America's allies that are calling into the Oval Office and saying to President Trump, our economy can't stand this much longer. I mean, the Iranians must be acutely aware of that. Do you think they're managing to somehow use that to their advantage?
I think Iran is using their own resilience to their advantage. I do think that, as you say, they will be acutely aware of these dynamics, not just internationally, not just by U.S. Gulf partners, for example, who indeed are suffering significantly, but at the same time need to see an outcome of this conflict that doesn't leave them more vulnerable to Iran. I think that the Iranians are probably also seeing quite a bit of discord within the U.S. system itself. We've got midterm elections approaching, and Iran will be acutely aware that the president, for political reasons, would like to wrap up this conflict as quickly as possible to be able to claim victory. And so I think that they're probably assessing that there is greater urgency on the part of the United States than they themselves feel on their side.
Just listening to the White House press secretary, Kylie Levitt, speaking on Fox News, I mean, she says a deal is very close, and she says it is, quote, thanks to the military operation and to President Trump's, quote, hardline negotiating style. And I wonder what you make of President Trump's negotiating style and technique. What struck you about it?
So, I mean, over the course of this administration, and certainly the first Trump administration, I think that the president has taken an unorthodox approach. That would be an understatement, but an unorthodox approach to foreign policy. And there have been moments where that has served him well. In fact, you look at the Abraham Accords, and that really was a transformative moment for the Middle East, and one that a lot of people were skeptical about. And so I think willingness to, disrupt common assumptions about how you conduct foreign policy can be a good thing. But that only works when you're dealing with good analysis and information. And in this particular case, I think the U.S. administration is misjudging the impact that the blockade, for example, in the Strait of Hormuz, so economic coercion and military coercion will have on Iranian decision-making. Those last steps towards a negotiated deal are always the most difficult. And I don't think that we have seen, despite the pressure that the president rightly believes the United States is placing on Iran, I don't think we've seen the regime indicate much willingness to compromise on its own red lines. And if we aren't able to figure out a compromise or a solution that addresses that reality, then I think we at best end up in a long-term ceasefire, and at worst we end up back in open conflict.
You know Iran better than anybody, and it's been part of your dossier for many years. And whatever everyone says about the leadership in Iran, it's a proud country, a proud people, a rich history. And if a deal is to be reached, how important do you think it is that the United States perhaps revisits the kind of language it uses? Vulgar language and language along the lines of, we're going to bomb you back to the Stone Ages. Do you think that's somehow counterproductive?
I think it's hugely counterproductive, and I've seen reports, and I don't know whether they're accurate or not, but I've seen reports out of other corners of Washington this morning that acknowledge that behind closed doors, the president's advisors are in fact concerned about the impact that this type of language has on the negotiations and on the willingness of Iran to come to the table. Again, there are a couple truths to this. One of them is that there is only a negotiated solution that will bring an end to this conflict. We can keep bombing, but at the end of the day, we have to find a compromise agreement that charts a new course. Otherwise, we'll stay in this steady state of almost conflict indefinitely. And so, yes, I think that there has to be, and this began, of course, with the president's comments about wanting to protect the Iranian people. And I think we've forgotten about the Iranian people in all of this and the impact that it has had and continues to have on them as well. There's no love lost with the Iranian regime, which is brutal, projects its terror all over the region, and is a deeply destabilizing force. But in order to, again, bring a degree of stability back to the region, to start to undo some of the economic impacts that we're seeing, then yes, I think that there has to be a different approach taken, and there has to be a better realization, exactly as you say, of historically what Iran represents, because that is very real in terms of what their willingness is to make compromises today with the U.S. administration, particularly in light of a real trust deficit that has been created over the course of many years.
Let's talk for a moment about the U.S. lineup. We don't know whether the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance is indeed on his way or not. Maybe you have some information on that front. But, he has been left in limbo, which sort of sends a message in itself. But there's also Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner in the team. I wonder whether you think they are the right team to deliver. Have they got the right credentials, or do you think they're somewhat outmatched by the Iranian side?
I think that you're answering your own question there. I think absolutely. We saw in the first round of Islamabad talks that the Iranian government really came out in full force with a full range of experts, ranging from the central bank governor to kind of across the spectrum of individuals that would be needed to negotiate a strong deal. On the U.S. side, there are absolute advantages to having Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner on the negotiating team, particularly in light of the fact that they really can speak for the president in a way that I think probably Iran's negotiators weren't able to speak for their government. So that is a net positive, but it can't be everything. And I think we've seen over the previous round of negotiations in Geneva and elsewhere, the importance of having real subject matter experts, whether it be nuclear or sanctions or just individuals that have experience working on negotiating with a very formidable Iranian negotiating team. And so this is a moving target. I think the group that returns to Islamabad, if it does indeed return, will look somewhat different behind the scenes than the first round. But I absolutely think it is critical that you have all of that expertise in the room and that the key negotiators really fall back on that expertise in order to make sure that the United States doesn't get outplayed or that these don't extend indefinitely without any real outcome.
Yeah, I mean, the US has plenty of expertise. I mean, you're part of it, and the country has years of expertise in the form of the years that have been spent by diplomats in Iran, veterans of the military as well as diplomacy. And I'm wondering to what extent you're seeing this administration drawing on that expertise.
Honestly, very little. I think, over the last year, we've seen a real dismantlement of the State Department writ large, but also especially the senior ranks of the Department of State, and a real sidelining of a lot of that expertise that has been, as you note, amassed over the course of decades. And so, aside from the Iran conflict, but looking out at all of the conflicts, all of the challenges that we are facing in national security around the world, I think that does a real disservice to the American people not to keep that expertise in-house, but also use it front and center to the benefit of the American people. And so I think it has been a real critical mistake by this administration to take such a strong hand in sidelining career diplomacy.
Yeah, I'd have thought that was a hugely valuable asset for the United States. I mean, just to be clear, in previous administrations, they would have contacted people, even if they weren't necessarily politically aligned on domestic issues. They would have typically contacted, veterans, people who know the lay of the land, who have the encyclopedic knowledge, to get their opinions. Is that what you're saying?
That's 100% what I'm saying. I would just add to that you mentioned politically aligned, and that is not actually something that career diplomats typically are one way or the other. We are famously apolitical. And so our responsibility is always to the administration has been voted in by the American people and to the U.S. Constitution. So there is no political alignment when it comes to that expertise, which makes that suspicion all the more difficult to understand. But yes, previous administrations, every administration in recent decades has relied heavily on political appointees. But at the same time, career diplomats, career military, career civil servants have sat alongside them in the same rooms, making sure that they are providing their very best analysis, and not only the analysis that the leadership wants to hear, but those messages that are, perhaps often difficult to hear, and that you wish weren't true. But again, it is only by having that you really can understand what you're dealing with on the other side of the table, and I think that would be extremely valuable in this particular case.
Just to wrap up, Jennifer, I mean, what I've garnered from talking to you these last 10 or 12 minutes is that, there are some slightly unconventional methods being used by this administration. I just want to ask you, though, whether you think we are edging closer to a solution right now, and perhaps will this chapter draw a line under what's been 50 years of animosity between Washington and Tehran?
So yes and no. I do think that we're edging closer to a negotiated solution because, again, I think that is the only outcome. I think it remains to be seen whether that negotiated solution is in the form of an extended ceasefire or stalemate, or whether it actually addresses some of the underlying issues that have not been talked about much in recent days, including Iran's missile program and support for its regional proxies. As far as the likelihood that this draws a line under 50 years of animosity, particularly since 1979, I am very skeptical. We have not succeeded in taking that type of comprehensive approach to any of the negotiations in recent years, partially because Iranian red lines have been so entrenched. And so, yes, I think we will get to a solution, but I think it will be fundamentally a temporary one that causes us to revisit some of these issues down the road.
OK, we're going to have to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Jennifer Gavito, former US Acting Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs. Thank you very much indeed for your time, madam. Well, with the clock ticking ahead of the ceasefire deadline, there is uncertainty as to what might happen if the talks do not go ahead or if both sides fail to make a deal. Well, Iran's parliamentary speaker said today that Tehran is preparing, quote, new cards on the battlefield. This in the event that the fighting with the United States does resume. Well, President Donald Trump has warned of a major escalation if a deal is not reached and that military action could resume immediately. Well, when asked what that might look like, he said, lots of bombs start going off. Well, we're joined now by General Sir Richard Barrons, who is the former commander of the Joint Forces Command, who joins us from the United Kingdom. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Much appreciated. We're obviously keeping a close eye on diplomatic efforts at the moment. There may be some renewed dialogue in Pakistan taking place in the next day or so. How likely do you think it is that a deal can be struck in what remains of this ceasefire, do you think?
I don't think there's any credible prospect of a deal being struck between now and the expiration of the current ceasefire, unless one or other of the parties agrees essentially to give up and walk away, and that doesn't seem to me at all likely. I think the only outcome we can hope for from these talks, if they happen at all, will be an extension of the ceasefire and a commitment to longer, more thorough talks to get to a deal.
I mean, we've heard President Trump saying, I don't want to extend the ceasefire, and he's warned of a major escalation if a deal is not reached. And I wondered what a major escalation might look like, in your opinion.
So we should all be really, really nervous about this, because if you go back to the day before the ceasefire began, on the 8th of April, President Trump was messaging in the middle of the night about how a civilization dies tomorrow. And it seems to me extremely unlikely that if the talks fail and the ceasefire ends, that the US will do anything other than dial up the violence. And that could be a range of things. But if it starts to do the sorts of things President Trump has talked about, attack electricity supply, water supply, infrastructure in Iran, then this conflict has taken a distinctly terrible turn for the worse.
And that's the US side of the story. When you listen to what the Iranians are saying, for example, the Iranian parliamentary speaker, he says that Iran is prepared to reveal new cards in the war. What do you read into that?
So I think it's deliberately opaque, but I think we can be clear what this might include. It might include a renewal of ballistic missile and long-range drone attacks on Gulf states. It might include new asymmetric attacks, so speedboats equipped with explosives on commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. It might even include concerted attack on US warships in that area. But we want to be absolutely clear, both parties in this war, the US and Iran, both think that they have more to gain if there is a bit more fighting, and neither of them are close to giving up and walking away.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting reading the newspaper reports relating to that latest Iranian threat. A lot of the newspapers use the word chilling to describe it. And I was wondering whether you think perhaps there was a sort of a psychological dimension to Iran issuing such a warning.
Oh, I think both sides are trying to set the conditions for negotiations by ramping up the threatening language in order to encourage their opponent in these discussions to fold in the expectation that they can't cope with the punishment that would then be meted out. And the fact is, Iran believes, and it has shown considerable evidence of this in the past 52 days, that it can absorb more pain than the US can absorb politically, at least. It's not obviously a military risk to the US. So both sides think they can tough this out for a bit longer.
Some of the US military experts we've spoken to have suggested that perhaps that's because the United States is playing what they described as an away match, whilst Iran is playing a home match. I wonder whether you think there are associated challenges for the United States in that it is a very long way away from home in the waters off Iran.
So the issue for Iran as a country, and clearly for its current regime, is existential. It's not existential for the US. So the challenge for the US military is that they'll do what they're told to do, but they know that public opinion in the US is increasingly not supporting this action, and it's time limited, and there are elections coming later in the year. So the problem for the US is they've ended up in a terribly difficult fight, which is by any standards discretionary for the US and existential for Iran. And that more than compensates for the mismatch in military capability between the US and Iran so far.
Do you see perhaps the next chapter involving some sort of a ground operation by the United States?
So we know it's been threatened, that the US has considered taking Hog Island, vital to 90% of Iranian oil exports, and it's also considered conducting raids, including ground forces, on the Iranian coast in order to deal with the threat to shipping from drones and missiles and speedboats. But we all know that that will be something that is very tempting to start, very hard to know when it's been successful, very hard to stop, and not just keep expanding once you've started. But we also know that if the US sticks to only the use of air power, it can inflict terrible damage on the people of Iran, but it won't break the regime and it won't break the will of Iran to resist.
I mean, can you see a scenario in which, I mean, you've already said that it's going to be very difficult on the ground for US military personnel, but can you see a scenario in which perhaps small groups carry out limited, targeted operations on the ground, something like that, as opposed to a full-scale ground invasion?
So I don't think anyone is contemplating a full-scale ground invasion of Iran, a country the size of most of Western Europe with 90 million people. Even the three or two or three Marine expeditionary units that are in the region, they can't do that. All we're talking about is the potential for raiding to try and dial down the threat to shipping. But no matter how much raiding continues, bear in mind some of the Iranian missiles that can threaten a ship have a range of 200 kilometers. No matter how much raiding you do, you're never going to deal with this problem to a level that satisfies the captain of a merchant vessel who wants to go through the Strait of Hormuz.
In your view, does the United States have, well, from what we know, in the region by way of resources, enough to do what it wants to do? Or do you think it's an inevitability that more will have to be deployed?
So the United States has overwhelming force in the region, and so it is capable of using its air and missile power to really substantially degrade the civilian infrastructure of Iran. It's taken down most of the military infrastructure, and it knows it will never take all the military capability away. But it could now start to bomb water and power and infrastructure, all those things that support the daily life, indeed the existence of millions of Iranians. It's capable of doing that. The question is, if they do that, and many people in Europe would say it's a war crime, but we don't appear to be in a world where that matters so much any longer. If the US does do that, how does this make this conflict end? Because the Iranian regime will simply dig in, and the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed.
Are you surprised that no countries that we're aware of have come forward and answered America's request, although it's sometimes difficult to read between the lines, for some sort of military aid?
So I think we want to be really careful to distinguish between the lack of enthusiasm from any country to join in this war in the position it is in now, which is essentially a really difficult conflict between Iran and the US. I don't think any country thinks it can meaningfully add to that, even if it thought it could carry its public opinion legally into that sort of world. What we are talking about is the willingness of many nations, I think more than 40, led by the UK and France, to help provide confidence in the Strait of Hormuz once a deal has been done and the shooting has stopped, because it will be necessary to remove residual mines. It will be necessary to deal perhaps with rogue elements from a number of places. And what the world needs is the strait open, so that oil and fertilizer and aluminum can start to move again and prices can settle down. Many nations will do that, but they'll not contribute to the fighting.
Right. And I mean, there's been a lot of talk in the British press about the Strategic Defence Review, and your name has surfaced in connection with that. And clearly what it tells us is there are major shortcomings, serious funding gaps in Britain's defence capabilities. And I'm wondering whether that perhaps partly explains Britain's reluctance to get involved.
So I think the UK and every European country absolutely now acknowledges that the armed forces they have today are the armed forces they ended up with at the end of the much calmer, more comfortable, unthreatening post-Cold War era, which began to evaporate seriously in about 2014. And the review, of which I was one of the co-leaders, identifies that very clearly. What the review says is, in the world we live in now, and my goodness, we're seeing examples of it in Iran and obviously in Ukraine with Russia's invasion there in the fifth year, that armed forces now need to be reset for a much harder era. But an important part of that reset is transformation for war in the 21st century, in the digital age. And we're seeing that in Iran. The way the US Air Force can take 1,000 targets a day, every day, shows how artificial intelligence and data and space and connectivity and precision are changing how war is fought and setting a new benchmark. That's the target now for European forces to get to. And some are moving fast to Germany and Poland, for example. Others, like the UK, have great ideas but are moving really slowly because of money, really.
Yeah, I mean, you yourself, I mean, to use your own words, you've described the British military as being woefully underfunded and underprepared. Do correct me if I'm misquoting you. But were that not the case, would you be recommending that the United Kingdom step in and come to America's aid in its hour of need?
So I think it's absolutely clear from a UK and a European perspective that neither public opinion nor legal advice in Europe supports the war that the US and Israel are executing against Iran. Now, sometimes politics can overrule law, but in this particular case, regardless of the capability to hand, the legal opinion and public opinion stands, which is why Europe will help when the shooting has stopped.
Do you think one of the legacies of this chapter is going to be that it served, if nothing else, as a wake-up call for countries like the United Kingdom?
So I think the United Kingdom and most European countries didn't need any more waking up, because they've been looking at Russia's invasion of Ukraine now for more than 4 years and very clearly understand that European security will no longer be bailed out by the munificence of the American taxpayer. And so even before this war, it was important for Europe to do better in raising its ability for collective security. What the war in Iran has demonstrated is, first of all, this transformation for war in the digital age is moving as fast as private sector improvements in things like AI go. So you have to keep up with that. But also it's reminded us that there's no prospect of isolation for the UK or Europe. The UK and Europe rely on a connected world for energy and goods and food. And that means national interest extends beyond borders into a set of stable, peaceful, global orders, which we used to call the rules-based international order, but we can all see it's now being redefined. But it needs to be redefined and stable.
And so, Richard, there seems to be some confusion about what NATO's role should and shouldn't be in this. We've heard from a lot of Americans that we've spoken to on this channel who've said, where's NATO? We're not going to forget our NATO allies for not standing shoulder to shoulder with us and being there for us in our hour of need. What's your interpretation? Is this a NATO conflict? Should it be a NATO conflict?
So I very much want to believe that the term NATO is being used as a shorthand for Europe, because NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, is a defensive alliance. Its only function is to defend the territorial and security integrity of the alliance. There is nothing in the NATO treaty that supports operations beyond the NATO area. A different question, however, is to what extent in the future European countries need to be able to protect their own national interests in concert with others elsewhere in the world. But we're going to come back to, in this particular case, European countries, for the most part, did not see the legal imperative that would allow them to join in.
But you must have seen the reports yourself, and many in the Trump administration pointing the finger in an aggressive fashion at their NATO allies. Why do they think NATO should be involved? What's your understanding?
So I think in some cases they're not clear because they've never really looked at what the NATO treaty really is for. But what they are articulating is a frustration that Europe, in a US moment of need, is not standing shoulder to shoulder with them. But then we need to look at the US's own national security strategy and national defense strategy, which essentially says the priority for the US is its homeland, its hemisphere. Its second priority is Asia Pacific, and its third priority is Europe. And Europe needs to do a much better job, and everybody agrees with this, at sorting out its own defense. And that's mostly to deal with the challenge of Russia. So the US itself is suggesting Europe should stay in its neighborhood. But we need to be really clear. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization has never been designed to do away matches such as we're seeing in Iran, to use your word.
Do you see Iran and the United States managing to dial down the temperature and come back from the brink that they seem to be at right now?
I think that's such an important question, because if you look at this rationally, you can see Iran will never defeat the US militarily, even with the US limited to a discretionary and expeditionary war. And the US, unless it obliterates Iran with weapons of mass destruction, is never going to get the regime to crack. It can, to use President Trump's words, reduce life in Iran to the Stone Age by bombing those things that support daily life. But it won't actually change the dynamics of the nuclear program or the security of the Strait of Hormuz. So every rational indicator shows that we are where we are, and there has to be a negotiation, a diplomatic compromise, which means both sides doing a bit of give and take. That's the rational view for de-escalation. The concern on both sides is war has always been a mix of rational things and events. And my goodness, we've had some events in this war so far, but also emotion. And if either side, let alone both sides, let emotion trump their judgment, and then they escalate to the use of force, which doesn't actually take them to a better place, that causes immense harm, then we're in a terrible place. So we should all hope very much that reason prevails and it takes you to compromise and de-escalation.
OK, we're going to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. General Sir Richard Barrons, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, a 10-day ceasefire deal remains in place between Israel and Lebanon's Hezbollah. Well, on Thursday, Washington will broker a fresh round of ambassadorial-level talks between the two sides. Last Tuesday, the Israeli and Lebanese ambassadors to Washington held a first round of talks, which were, in fact, the highest-level contacts between the states in decades. Well, Lebanon was dragged into the war on the 2nd of March when Hezbollah fired into Israel in a show of support for Iran. Well, since then, close to 2,400 people have been killed there in Lebanon. We're joined now by Diana Menhem, who is the managing director of the advocacy group Kuluna Irada, which is calling for political reform in Lebanon. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Diana. We have about a few days left of the ceasefire. It was a 10-day ceasefire, around a week to go. And I want to ask you whether you think the time has been used by Lebanon's politicians in the most constructive way possible.
I mean, the time frame is definitely a very tight one, and the task that the Lebanese government has is colossal. We cannot expect much to happen in a 10-day time frame, but what I can tell you for sure is that there has been a massive milestone in Lebanon. It is the commitment of the Lebanese state to these direct negotiations and to pursuing these direct negotiations with Israel after decades of no direct contact at all. The Lebanese President Joseph Aoun had indicated in an address a few days ago that the Lebanese state is committed to pursuing these negotiations. Now, of course, Hezbollah and Iran, on the other hand, are trying to intimidate and threaten, in not so subtle ways, the Lebanese president and the government out of pursuing this path. Hezbollah has publicly rejected direct negotiations, has protested them, and even sent clear warnings of domestic unrest and civil strife if the Lebanese state is to pursue them. Just the day before yesterday, a member of parliament from Hezbollah's bloc actually reminded the President Joseph Aoun of the fate of Egyptian President Sadat, who had actually been assassinated after having concluded a peace deal with Israel. So you should understand that there are two big challenges for the Lebanese state. There's one of pursuing the direct negotiations, of actually trying to get something out of these negotiations. First, an extension of the ceasefire, and then after that, Israeli withdrawal, the return of the displaced, and a long-term new security arrangement with Israel. And on the other hand, there's also an internal dynamic, a huge internal pressure with Hezbollah and the IRGC behind them, trying to block this process.
Right, and we've heard time and time again from the United States and from the Israelis that Lebanon must disarm Hezbollah, they're told. They must get rid of that group. I mean, it's very easily said, quite a different thing to do it. But we did hear Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel saying last week, disarming Hezbollah will not be achieved by tomorrow. So a slight softening of the stance there, perhaps giving Lebanon a little bit more time than perhaps they would have done a few weeks ago. But how does Lebanon go about doing this?
This is a complex process. The Israelis have themselves admitted that they are unable to do this alone. It will take the active involvement of the Lebanese state. Until present, the Lebanese state has taken very firm decisions that had not been taken before. They actually outlawed Hezbollah's military activities. The government enforced a ban on Hezbollah's military activities. Now, can it move into action? Can it move past the decisions into action? Until now, little has been done. There are immediate milestones that can be implemented. The first is Beirut free of arms. The Lebanese citizens and also the Lebanese government are saying very clearly that their first milestone is to have a Beirut free of arms. We're going to have to see if this will happen. We have seen some deployment of the Lebanese armed forces and of the security forces in Beirut, but this is far from being achieved until the moment. A second big milestone is the deployment of the Lebanese armed forces in the southern suburbs of Beirut, which are traditionally Hezbollah's stronghold. But also, and part of this bigger process, Hezbollah is not only a military organization, it's an organization with social institutions, with a huge network within the country. It has basically built a parallel state. And dismantling Hezbollah will require dismantling this parallel state and will require that the Lebanese state actually assume its role, particularly here with Hezbollah's constituency. And this will necessitate a lot of support. The Lebanese state cannot pull this off alone. It will need support from the international community. One, to provide the capacity and the financing for the Lebanese armed forces for them to be able to pursue this. And two, to provide support to the state itself so that it can provide the basic services to its citizens, including the constituencies that previously depended on Hezbollah.
Right, because just listening to you talking there, I mean, Hezbollah is an employer of a sort, isn't it? For thousands of people, it has, well, at least until very recently, had its own banking system. A lot of people rely on Hezbollah for their livelihoods, to put food on the table. So, I mean, isn't part of it, perhaps the carrot aspect of it, providing those who count on Hezbollah with some sort of a viable alternative and steering them towards it?
Absolutely. The state has to say to its citizens, I am there. Now, for the first time in a very long time, you have a Lebanese state that is pursuing national interest. And you have a Lebanese state that is intent on doing that. However, it has very limited capacity. And this is where I say again, international support is direly needed. This will be a very complex and long process, and we will need international support, and particularly U.S. involvement. To rein in Israel on one hand, and we have seen that the U.S. has the capacity to do that after this 10-day ceasefire, because basically there was no bombardment of Beirut in these 10 days. And at the same time, we will need support in order to provide the state with the capacity and the financing that is needed.
I mean, it sounds like it all boils down to money.
No, not only money. Money is part of it, but also political commitment on behalf of the state. You have to remember, Tom, that today the state's very existence in Lebanon is at risk and is at stake. So there's also navigating the political reality within Lebanon. The big question is, will the state be able to navigate this phase without breaking? And will we be able to preserve the country's territorial integrity? Because as we speak today, Israel is already shaping up a new security reality in south of Lebanon. 55 towns, what the Israelis are calling a buffer zone, but what is in fact an occupation of 55 towns, the equivalent of 10% of Lebanese territory, are currently being occupied by Israel. And the state has a huge feat here. It has to actually guarantee the territorial integrity of the country and also guarantee that it itself will not collapse in the process.
Do you think Israel's actions these last few weeks have had the desired effect, i.e. the effect of weakening Hezbollah, or could it be argued that they've had the reverse effect and they've given people a sense that perhaps the country does need Hezbollah in order to defend it?
I can tell you for a fact that the Lebanese today, most of the Lebanese, or a big majority of the Lebanese today, are tired of Hezbollah's actions, and they see that Hezbollah has itself inflicted this last conflict and this amount of destruction and death on the Lebanese. There's a huge mismatch between the Israeli capacities and Hezbollah's capacity. Hezbollah's insistence on opening the front in 2026, but also before that in 2023, 2024, and clearly stating that it was opening the front first in support of Gaza and today in support of Iran, has really brought disastrous consequences of Lebanon, and the Lebanese realize that this is not the path forward. The path forward is through diplomacy, is through the negotiations. This is the only path left for us to be able to salvage what is left. This is the only path left for us to try to save what is left in the country. No, the Lebanese today do not feel that what Hezbollah is doing is useful. On the contrary, the Lebanese today are clinging more than ever to the state. And this is why it's very important for the state to play its role. It's very important for a state that is unfortunately weak, has very limited capacity, but to play its role. But also, yes, on the other hand, the continued Israeli aggression. Today, as I mentioned, the occupation of 55 towns in Lebanon, this needs to be addressed. And this is where you need guarantees. You need guarantees that this security situation in south of Lebanon will not last. No Lebanese will accept that the Lebanese territory will remain occupied in that manner.
Civilians who want to return to their villages in southern Lebanon are unable to do so for the time being, at least in some parts of southern Lebanon. And clearly a huge displacement, more than 1 million people, is a massive test, isn't it, for Lebanon's social fabric? It's a fragile social fabric at the best of times. How severely tested has it been? Is it showing any signs of cracks?
It's a massive social and humanitarian crisis. Mind you, this is a crisis that's coming after a war in 2023-24. So this is the second war in 18 months that Lebanon is living. And this comes also on top of an economic collapse that happened in 2019 and that the state has not addressed yet. So the country is on its knees. We barely have the available resources to provide social support to the displaced. We're talking about 20%, approximately 20% of the population that is displaced. We're looking already at $7 billion of losses in the past 5 weeks, just to give you a sense of what this means, the entire budget of Lebanon is $6 billion. So that's already $1 billion above its budget in losses in the past 5 weeks. The country is unable to sustain economically and financially and at a humanitarian level at all. And we haven't even talked about the fact that you have already 40,000 housing units that have been destroyed in the past 5 weeks. Mind you, no reconstruction had happened from 2023 and 2024. So this is just adding up one catastrophe after another.
I just want to ask you how you rate the current government, which has been in place for not much over a year. I mean, ministers that we spoke to before this latest flare-up with Israel gave us the impression when we interviewed them that the country was turning a corner, albeit very slowly, and that growth was returning. Is that how it looked to you? How do you rate the caliber of the leadership in Lebanon right now?
Yes, in fact, we were already talking about growth rates in the past year of 3.5 to 4%. So that, yes, you could feel that there was renewed hope in the country. This is a government that is a government of competent people who are pursuing Lebanon's national interest. But of course, it fell short of actually taking the required action to enforce its decision. This government has taken the right decisions, but has not been able to enforce them until now. And this is where you need a strong commitment to enforcing these decisions. Now, of course, this is a government that was also supposed to conduct a lot of reforms, a lot of economic reforms, and not only political reforms, and has been unable to do so until the moment. Remember, you still have a very strong deep state, and remember that Hezbollah still controls a huge part of the institutions in the country. So they don't have an easy task. They are saying the right things. Will they be able to translate these words into action? That's the big question in the upcoming phase.
Just lastly, Diana, I mean, listening to what you're saying, it's so conflicting, isn't it, for the Lebanese people who, I'm assuming the vast majority of whom do not support Hezbollah, and they certainly do not support or particularly like Israel either, not least because 2,400 people have been killed since the 2nd of March. 177 of them have been children. But just looking at public opinion these last 6 weeks, would you say the needle has shifted at all as far as the anti-Israel, anti-Hezbollah sentiment there in Lebanon?
The Lebanese want to see this crisis come to an end. And they see that their state today, which was not the case before, that their state today is a means to get this confrontation to an end. They want to see a permanent solution. The worst thing that can happen to us today is to have the ceasefire extended by a few days, weeks, months, and then for it to collapse after that. The Lebanese are tired. They want to see a sustainable solution. They realize that the only sustainable solution is through negotiations, and they realize that the state today is the entity pursuing their national interest. Not a militia. They're not going to bank on a militia that clearly reports to Iran and that is clearly upholding Iranian national interest above Lebanese national interest. And of course, they're not going to bank on the Israelis because we've seen the atrocities that the Israelis have committed. The Lebanese are tired. They want to see a permanent solution, and they want to see these negotiations come to a sustainable end.
OK, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Diana Menhem, the Managing Director of the Advocacy Group at Kuluna Irida in Lebanon. Thank you again.
Thank you for having me.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black. It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Marcus Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. But this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content, or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. They're also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely a society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. the homeland of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To investigate, our Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Werner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor sitting in front of the bar and selling hash and grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, "Oh, I don't know, I don't care either," and that was it. And then they made it combined the two things, and said anybody in that shop who is selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
While Jari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam, Jari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Dan van Gogh, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's a clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Saeed, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in a suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, you have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and check, and they check some people's pockets, and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking, so that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. There's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards, and every day go to the ATM, get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared. And then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Cafe Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was, I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So, of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases. And that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that it should be attacked, but it's different. Then you are attacking the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
Like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside. But once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
The concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. For a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. And so they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram and the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, the legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands, represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Dan van Ka about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
We're doing experiments with the municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because, the quality of the cannabis being sold. We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Klimas Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business and importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. This place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, that's called the cannulator, and we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course. We tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. Then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants, such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance, THC, was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis. And then you have a very strong oil, which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine, and cannabis, it's a holy plant, you know, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody. My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain. But normally I had strong painkillers, and my husband has he was poisoned by medication. So now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and I have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago in terms of addiction. There are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium. And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, you know, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Yari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they use particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. You know, moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We try to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean on the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade.
You had many crisis meetings when it ain't going your way.
Really? Jason, hope you're not wearing them ghastly pants.
Ghastly! You've got the type of face that they just want to abuse, geez.
I know. Right, lads, shall we get into it? The FA Cup, what a weekend of football. Did the Port Vale win over Sunderland? Proved that the magic of the cup's still there. The geezer who scored the goal, big Newcastle fan.
Is it?
And he's done the Shearer to the Sunderland fans. I love all that.
I love that.
It's a League One side into the quarterfinals, so it's still on. It's still on. What did you make, Bridget? Did you watch any of the games?
It was good. I watched the Wrexham-Chelsea game.
Yeah.
I thought it was a wicked game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good game.
It was a good game, wasn't it?
It was a tough game, definitely a tough game. They played really well.
Yeah.
Some standout players.
Who was the one
who done well?
Yeah.
It was the guy up front.
Smith.
Yeah, took his goal well as well. They just played really well.
Yeah.
I don't think the scoreline was just.
No,
to be honest, do you know what I mean? It was touch and go, wasn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Chelsea. Did you say Chelsea look always uncomfortable?
Yeah, they always look uncomfortable.
I said that earlier.
You said
they're not
robust enough. They're like flimsy a little bit. Like, and that's only I'd say defensively. Like you could get at them. You can get at him if you get it right. Kiefer Moore. Kiefer Moore's giving Badiashile some problems.
When he come on,
when he come on, you know what I mean? So it just showed that if the tide was going in their way, they probably would have won the game. And it just shows you how far Wrexham is. Wrexham, come on.
I know, mate. I was there. What did you think of my punditry? Was I bang average?
I didn't watch your channel, mate.
Do you know what I've noticed? I love watching you on telly, right?
I was like, is that Joe? No, change the channel, love. What's going on here?
You know what? You can't hide happiness, you.
I know. He's always happy.
The Chelsea game the other day and they got a great result, you just look so happy. And then I see you at the Tottenham game.
Oh, my God.
You couldn't hide your happiness. You couldn't hide it.
Did you get any abuse? Did you get any abuse?
Do you know what? It was like, we'll get into the Tottenham game later, but I think the whole stadium was just so perplexed with the team. Like, they didn't even muster up. I usually get a little
bit of stick.
I didn't even get nothing. What? I was like, they were just too hurt with what was going on.
They've got bigger fish to fry.
Don't worry about me. Yeah. But going to the Chelsea-Wrexham game, so I went up there on the day of the game. It's a really small stadium, and they're doing it up. And the two boys that were there, that the owners, Ryan Reynolds and the other fella, Rob McKelney, was having a look round for Blake Lively as well. She was on the pitch after the game.
Was she?
Yeah.
You didn't get to meet him?
No, I didn't meet him. I didn't want to be that guy.
Why?
All right, mate.
Chase them around with your phone camera. Try to get a selfie, eh?
No, I didn't know. To be honest with you, this is my bone of contention with them. I'm sure they're lovely people and everything, and I'm only half joking about Blake Lively. But anyway, anyway,
not what you're saying off camera.
Oh yeah. Anyway.
Awkward.
Go on, then, move on.
No. So, like, they wouldn't come over and speak to us, right? And I thought they would, because they're you know what I mean? Because when they were in the conference, we was covering that.
Yeah.
And they was bouncing. No, it was a big thing then. Like, the cameras.
They've gone big time, haven't they?
Mate, I think Hollywood went big time.
They've gone big time. Yeah. Like, we're not giving you free material no more.
Yeah.
Plus, Joe Cole's down there. I don't want to speak to him.
The atmosphere was great, mate.
It sounded like it was.
Honestly, the atmosphere was great.
Was it good? Yeah.
It felt like an old-fashioned FA Cup tie where the proper fans, like they was giving it. And what I would say is their first experience of VAR. Mate, I've got a bone to pick with fans up and down.
Their first experience?
I've got a bone to pick with fans up and down the country, because I had another incident at Villa Park where, because we're doing the television and we're pitch side, sort of like, you know what it's like, Coley, like before the end of a game, you have to go down pitch side to get yourself ready to go on, and all there with a camera, and you've got the screens. Now, what people might not realise is I can hear the VAR talk if I choose to, right, when I'm doing comms. So you hear Stockley Park talking about it. So I can hear them going, oh, his toes there and he's there, or there might have been excessive force.
So you can hear that.
I can hear the conversation. I choose not to, because it don't make no difference to me. They're going to make the decision left, right, centre. But the fans tend to know that we're going to get the decision first. So it's like everyone's looking at me. And I'm going, and this geezer was abusing me. This fella at Villa Park, right? Because there's a couple of dodgy decisions. Yeah. So I've got my earphones in. I can hear him. I can't quite make out what he's saying, and I can hear him.
What have you got to do with it?
Exactly my point. I'm going. Hello, mate. Sorry, I can hear him being angry and saying something nasty. I can't hear, and I say, I can't hear you again. But now I'm getting him at it. Now and he's like, oh. But now everyone's looking at him. Now he's like. I'm going, mate, you don't think I'm making this decision, do you? Well, you think it's me. You think I'm VAR. Yeah, I'm not just us like that. And then the geezer's like, you can see the
geezer. Are you supposed to be working?
Yeah.
You want to tear up.
Right, anyway, because Villa had a couple of bad decisions. Then Wrexham, bad decisions. And but I'm so close to the pitch, I can see how upset all of the fans are, right? Yeah. But I can see them trying to vent the frustration. And then about 7 geezers turn round to this, not a big screen where it says VAR, decision, like, whatever, and they're just shouting at the screen. At
the screen? Mate.
That's how much you're frustrating people. It's making people shout at screens.
You could hear them singing. Mate, you could hear it on the TV. Honestly, they were going mad about VAR.
Were they?
Yeah, mad.
Mate, they better get used to it, because if they want to play in the big leagues, you know what I mean? You can't be shouting at the screen. The screen's not done nothing to you.
I'm thinking, like, so if anyone's there and I'm there with... Listen, it's not my fault, all right? Don't have a go at me.
Carry on doing it. Carry on doing it.
You've got the type of face that they just want to abuse, geez.
I know. Anyway, we move on. It was a good game. Yeah. Wrexham have to give them their plaudits for
fair play to them, yeah.
Fair play. And do you know what? A lot of our coverage afterwards, Bridgie, was like, you know, like they've lost the game, but they've played well. So we're like, I didn't want to sound condescending to them. They're championship players now. Yeah. It's not like it's Chelsea playing against a conference team or a League Two team. They're there. They could be in the Premier League next year.
It's about our mind adjusting to them being there.
So I think there's more of that. Because it's Wrexham. If Chelsea would have beaten, let's say, for instance...
I just think it's the name as well.
West Brom or Coventry. Not even doing as well... Sorry, Coventry. Right. West Brom. You wouldn't be going, plucky underdog. So I found that... So if any of the Wrexham players were thinking we were being a bit condescending, I make them right. I think we should have...
Even at sending off, they were still in it.
Yeah.
Still had chances.
Serious outfit now.
A proper serious outfit. Bridgie...
Saints went through as well.
I know you the boys, Luke and that, did he go to the game?
I don't think he went to the game.
You would have had friends there.
My dad watched it. I couldn't watch it. I was at kids' football. But Dad can be a bit biased. But yeah, the highlights that I see, they played really well. We were buzzing. It's the most excited I've seen Dad about Saints for a while.
Really?
And I watched some of the highlights. Mate, they had loads of chances. In fact, they only went through with a penalty.
Yeah.
So they had loads of chances. First half, it went clean through.
What do you make of it, Bridgie, right? You played for Fulham, so both your old clubs. So Marco Silva made 9 changes for the game. Bearing in mind, they're not really, you know, and bearing in mind Palace won the FA Cup. What do you think of that? And what would Fulham fans think of that?
Well, I don't know. I just feel like that happens.
Yeah, but
with the FA Cup, whether I agree with it or not.
What about?
It depends how bad you want it. Because it was because obviously when I was at Chelsea, and obviously Ash was there. A lot of the cup games I might play, but they might depend who we're playing. I just think that happens these days. I think players are rested more than what they were.
But 9 changes. It was never 9 changes in our day. Do you not think?
No,
maybe
changes.
5, 6, maybe
5, 6 maximum.
Fifth round.
Yeah,
fifth round. Yeah, it's late in the day for it.
Yeah. Wholesale. What do you think?
Well, I can't remember like playing like in FA Cups, you know.
Yeah, but I know what you've done though. You've.
He's faked an injury, had the weekend off. You mean?
No.
I've tried that a few times. I did try that a few times. You know, you want your weekends off, like you're thinking, do you know what? Especially when you're playing regularly, you don't really want to be wheeled out for it. You want to just like save your legs.
No, I wanted to be wheeled out.
I know you did, because you're that type of man. You just want to play. You played the other day. You know what I mean? You still play. I don't play. So I love the game, but I don't love it that much to put my body through turmoil all the time. So, but plus I had a bad knee back then as well, so I wanted the rest in the cup games if I could.
But you got a good record in the cup games, right? The FA Cup record?
I think so.
Yeah. Let's have a look.
It's something I prepared earlier.
You should have took less weekends off.
Goalie. So
go on, let's have a look.
Listen, I decided to you know what you do. You go on AI now and then.
Yeah.
Come on, get on with it.
So across his career, Carlton Cole played 21 FA Cup games. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Scoring 8 goals in the FA Cup. That's decent. You know what I mean?
It's very good.
Those appearances came while playing for Chelsea, Charlton, Villa and West Ham. So West Ham played 15 times, scored 5 goals. It's 1 in 3, isn't it? It's decent.
1 in 3.
Chelsea played 4 times in the FA Cup, scored 2 goals.
1 in 2.
1 in 2. Charlton, I'm 1 in 1. So you know what I mean? Aston Villa, no goals, but one appearance for them. But yeah, so 21 times, 8 goals, not bad.
That's all right.
Yeah,
that's very good.
How's yours? What about
not as
yours?
good as that, mate.
I'm going to ask now.
FA Cup goals.
I'm going to ask Joe Cole, FA Cup appearances and goals.
I don't even bother about.
Oh yeah,
me. I know I've won it.
Oh yeah, he's won it. Yeah.
That's the only stat that matters.
That's all the stat that matters. That's all I've been trying to do all of my life. Anyway, so Joe Cole, FA Cup appearances and goals. Joe Cole had a strong record.
Oh, go on, well
in the
done,
FA Cup,
yeah.
Mainly with Chelsea and West Ham. Overall FA Cup record appearances, 38 appearances.
Okay.
38.
It's a lot, mate. I played a long time.
7 goals.
Okay, it's not bad for midfield.
So West Ham, West Ham, 11 appearances in the FA Cup, 2 goals. Chelsea, 22 appearances and and 5 goals. Liverpool 3, no goals.
It didn't happen for me there.
Yeah.
That ain't always right though. That chat GPT.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got
It's
to
a
do the
big
kids' homework.
That's good.
And then I
Really?
said that's wrong, and they went, "Oh yeah, you're right."
So what we- hold on,
Even
hold on. You're
ChatGPT
taking
said I
this
was
too
right.
far.
No, I
Bridgie
swear.
knows best.
You should be doing that.
Mate, come on, man.
Hey,
We're better than that.
No, we had a rush. We were away for the weekend, and we had to get it done. So I kind of I had to help him. So I needed the answers myself.
Mate, your school's going to be after this. Your school's going to be
Oh,
on to you.
it's all right.
You
Don't
know what
worry
I mean?
about it.
They're going to be on to you. Anyway, Wayne Bridge overall. Oh, you played 30 times.
Have I?
Yeah, you scored 1 goal.
Did I? Who was that against? Shut up. Who did I score
Scored a
against?
goal.
I reckon that could be wrong, you know.
Well, you want it to be right now, didn't you? Hey, you want it to be right now.
And then we're worried about this thing taking over the world. Doesn't even know how many goals Bridgie scored in the FA Cup. Rubbish. We're moving on. Another game. These two seem to be playing against each other so much. Newcastle lost to Man City. Who've also knocked them out of the Carabao Cup.
Yeah.
You know, is a question for you, Coley. Is there pressure on Eddie Howe, bearing in mind he's give that club the first trophy in 60 years, Champions League football, some brilliant nights at St James's. Is football mental now that we're even considering that, or is just the way it is?
Look, any way you look at it, he's a legend over there. It's up to him what he wants to do now. The ball's in his court. Does he feel that he's taken that club as far as they can go? That's up to him to recognise that the club are always going to want him there. The fans are always going to want him there. They love him. But it's up to him. What does he want out of his... Does he think that he can win more trophies with Newcastle? And if so, stay. Because they'll always have you there because you've made your legacy there. But what I would say is if a good job came available, a very good, tantalising job that you'd think, do you know what, I'll fancy that. Would you want to do it?
When you say tantalising, do you think the England job that comes
like
into
that.
that? Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think he's the next England manager in waiting.
Yeah.
Eddie Howe.
I thought he would have taken it before Tuchel.
Yeah.
But I don't know what
Things were
happened
going
there.
so well for him, weren't they?
Yeah.
When there was talk of that.
Just the timing of everything.
Timing.
Isn't it?
It's
Yeah,
always timing with football managers. Like, he's going to manage England at some point, you know, because the field's clear for him. Unless somebody comes from left field and he just goes on a run and becomes... Because he's the next best English manager we got.
Why do you think they've had
Mate, I just
a
think...
bit of a slope?
Well, I think two things, right? So you've got the financial restraints that Newcastle are under, right? So to Elliot Anderson, who's arguably going to start for England at the World Cup, he was at Newcastle, right? I know for a fact Eddie did not want to sell him, right? But because they had to balance the books, because of their, you know, this financial regulations, they've had to sell him. So straight off, if you're trying to build a club and you've got a great young player, you're prepared. It's not just, you know, you're not just thinking. You're thinking in the 12 months down the line, he's going to be there, and I'm going to be. You know what I mean? I'm build your team around him. So I think that's frustrated him, not being able to build on what he's done. And I still don't. I mean, we'll talk about it another time. I still don't understand how Man City are still just doing what they're doing with all the regulations and restraints that they got on. But then Aston Villa and Newcastle seem like they're chasing their tail, trying to sell players, like scrapping away. Man City just go in the window. Oh, yeah, Semenyo, Mark Gurhey, come in, two massive. They ain't going to be on £3 a week, are they? They're going to be on big wages.
But it's about the infrastructure, isn't it?
Yeah, but like...
To get the points.
Yeah, but the infrastructure... Man City are not Liverpool or Manchester United, as much as they're... Like, in terms of global economics, what they can bring in. So I don't know how they can actually do it. Do you know what I mean? Newcastle fill their stadium. They're in the Champions League. Why can't they... anyway.
We need to talk to their accountant.
Yeah, this is way beyond... You're not going to get...
We need a forensic accountant.
Yeah, they do. But
dive deep into their finances.
But I think Eddie see the season out, and I think he should probably go and just wait for the England job, because I think it's not fair on him. I think, and it's not fair on Newcastle as well, that they can't go and spend the money and go and buy some of the top players. Because remember they were talking about when the Saudis come in, they was thinking they're going to get Mbappe's.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
because that's what Chelsea done under Roman. Roman come in and no one was going, there's financial constraints. He went and bought Crespo, who was Argentina's number 9. Varane, who was Argentina's number 10.
Man City done it before.
What's the equivalent of
City done it before as well. Robinho. Remember when Robinho first came when they first got the money in?
I feel for Eddie. because I think he's done a great job there, and I'd like to see him as England manager at some point down the line in his career. I think he deserves it.
Yeah, so good luck to Eddie Howe, obviously. Doing a fantastic job. Could always be better. But before we leave the FA Cup, has anybody had any funny stories or some bad stories to tell, or something that's interesting to talk about the FA Cup?
Not bad. So my first FA Cup final was a weird experience in the whole day.
What with who?
Did you play when we beat United 1-0 at Wembley?
In the final, yeah.
You played, right?
Yeah.
So about 3 months before, Prince William was doing because he's the president of the FA.
Yeah.
So he come to training, and he met us all at training, and then we were staying at the Lowry Hotel, and he's gone, and then we were all told he wants to come and have a look at what you boys do after training. So he's going to go and they call it a royal walk, right? Do you not remember this? You might not. Anyways,
you're never present, are you? I was there, but you're never there.
I can't remember.
3 months before the final, right?
Where was it? In the hotel?
At the Lowry. And we had the whole. We had the whole of the floor and there's security to get up. So you pop in each other's rooms. Yeah. So they said, leave your door open. He's going to come and have a walk round, and he's got the camera crew with him because he's picture opportunity. It says Prince William with, I don't know, David Beckham or something.
And you didn't know that he was coming?
No, I knew he was coming, but I forgot. Right?
What?
So I've got
times.
This is a training ground. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Lovely. Yeah. Great. Thanks for being the president of the FA.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. Right. Go back on the coach at the hotel.
Yeah.
Get showered. I'm in my room. I remember enough to leave my door open. Got the telly on, and I forget he's coming.
He was going to slip.
I was in my slips, just my slips like that on the bed, like these little briefs, white briefs, right? Just
your sluggies.
I was watching Loose Women.
Mate,
watching Loose Women.
I do not remember this one bit. I must have been asleep or something.
Mate, you shut your door.
So anyway, I could hear a commotion at the door, and I'm thinking, what's that? What's going on, right? And as he's come round, and I just hear people walking into my room, and it's too late now. I'm nearly naked.
There's no robe.
There's no robe. So, and he's just come walking round, followed by his camera crew, and I just thought, I've got to front this now. So I've just bounced up.
I would love to get this footage going.
So I've bounced up, right? I've gone, hello, William, nice to meet you. Right? Nice to see you again. Right, shaking his hand in my pants, and he's laughing. He's laughing. And the camera people are behind him, and they're going,
that's brilliant.
And the camera people are putting the camera down. I'm going, oh, sorry about that. And I'm putting my trousers on when I was speaking to him. I forgot about it. I told the lads and that, and everything. And then we're getting ready. Do you forget about these things? Well, and then,
I have.
No, you definitely have. You had your door shut.
So then the FA Cup final, they come. I didn't they come along the line to shake your hands. Remember, it's a big day.
I remember that bit.
And he's shaking hands, and he's just shakes everyone's hands, but he stops and he leans into me. He went, hello, Joe. I said, I hope you're not wearing them ghastly pants.
Ghastly!
I went, yeah, I've got them on again.
I'm on.
Do you have them wide fronts on?
Yeah.
Them ones.
Oh, my God. Ghastly, he said.
Can I just say?
We should have said to him, you weren't rating the pants?
We've got an FA Cup final to play, don't we? Been in anyway.
These guys, banter.
I'm having banter with a future king. And do you know what? What a man. What a good man. Because that could have gone terribly wrong for me.
No, come on, man. He's one of the lads.
He's one of the lads.
He's a good lad,
He's a good lad, yeah.
Anyway, while you were chatting, I checked. I've not scored in the FA Cup.
Oh, so Bridgie knows more than ChatGPT.
Basically, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah, that's weird.
Just thought I'd let you know, yeah.
That's mad, isn't it, really? Right, we're going to do Spurs in a bit.
Again.
Again.
Carlton's away days. You've been not as quite as glamorous as Bochum. You've been to Braintree Town.
Oh, yeah, mate. It was... Mate, do you know what, yeah? I was pleasantly surprised by the town of Braintree.
Really?
Yeah. It was... So I've got on the train, Elizabeth line, all the way to Shenfield.
I'm on a train story.
Yeah, I'm on the train again. You know the train stories, there's another train. So I get on the train, Shenfield, then I get on another train to...
Why are your train stories so long?
I know. I get on another one to...
oh, my God!
to Braintree.
Trains free. Get off the train,
anyway, I get to Braintree anyway.
Right.
Braintree Freeport, actually. So I was like, what Braintree? There's Braintree and there's Braintree Freeport. So I get to Braintree.
He's still not off the train.
I get off and then I'm there. I just get Uber. But whilst I'm there, then I realise that I'm actually at a shopping place.
Right. Okay.
So it's like outlet centre. So I'm thinking, I want to go and get some stuff. I said, Bridgie would love it here because it's got Ralph Lauren, it's got everything there. Do you know what I mean? It's all cheap as well.
Bridgie would love it.
We'd love it. So I was thinking, we'll come back here. You'd love this stuff. So
I'm in.
And listen, Braintree Freeport, you just walk off the train, you're there.
Yeah.
Right in the middle
How
of it.
excited he is.
Anyway, so I didn't know where I was going. I got an Uber, gone to the stadium.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to call it a stadium, it's one of those, like loads of scaffolding around.
Yeah.
So it's Braintree, innit? And they got a nice stand, but I got there like an hour before kickoff. I was thinking, I was there twiddling my thumbs. I was thinking, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
Too early, 2 hours.
Yeah.
So I stand behind the goal. I'm looking at, because Mason Terry, we put him on loan from West Ham there.
Young goalkeeper.
Young goalkeeper, yeah, doing really well. He's had 7. He scored a goal. As well over there. Yeah, he's had 7 appearances, man of the match appearances. So I've said, listen, go and have a look at him. Get there. He's there doing the warm up. I'm there behind the goal. Yeah, with my long Mac on, Arsene Wenger, Arsene Wenger style. Yeah, I had that on, and obviously, I think I'm the only black guy there, innit? So everyone's new to
Not
me.
again.
Yeah.
You said that last time.
Yeah. Well, it's just the places I go, innit?
Did they all buy you stuff?
Like the Pocket fans?
No, it
friendly.
wasn't. They were just friendly. But they was really friendly. So anyway, I stand up behind because it's all standing. It's all standing. The seats are over there, but all the rest around the stadium.
It's best if you're going to see the goalie, you've got to go and watch.
So I'm behind. So I'm behind him.
Yeah.
And he's come over. He's buzzing. I'm there. Everyone's buzzing, and I start taking pictures. I'm taking too many pictures now, I think. Yeah. Because I'm trying to
work.
To work. Yeah. Anyway, game starts. They go 1-0 up, and I'm thinking, cool. I feel a bit hungry now, because I can smell like the burger stand.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I'm thinking, can I just slip off to go and get a burger and just do what I'm supposed to do and try and sample the food as well? Get a tea, get a beer or whatever. But I couldn't because I had some guy talking to me all the time. And I didn't want to be rude, and I was giving him a bit back and we was talking about Spurs, so it was kind of captivating.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I'm watching the team and I'm thinking, the opposite team, they got the Brazil kit on. So they're playing Wildstone.
Yeah.
Wildstone, I've got yellow top, blue shorts and white socks. No. Brazil.
Yeah.
And some of their football, I must say, it was like watching Brazil.
Really?
It was like watching Brazil. and you know what, right? I must say, it was quite entertaining. They won 4-1 in the end.
And he done well?
No, he didn't win. They lost 4-1.
They lost 4-1?
Yeah, but Wildstone won 4-1. And I'm thinking, you know what? Yeah. It's unlucky.
So you've had no food.
I've had no food.
No drink, and they lost 4-1.
And I've had my ears chewed off.
So anyway, you've got one job as a roaming reporter: check the beer and check the people. No, check the beer, the people, and the.
Well, I check the people. People are really nice.
All right, so have a rating on the people then.
I'll give him a strong 8.
8?
Well,
ain't that more than where you went last week? Where's your last week?
Yeah,
they brought you food and drink last week, and you're giving these an 8.
Yeah, I know, but it was language barrier. Okay. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, you like the vibes.
I like the vibes. Yeah, I get it.
I'll tell you what. We need to put a train section into this because
I can tell you how to get to places around the whole of England by train.
Right. Okay,
Carl, you mentioned Spurs earlier. We're going to have to talk about them again. I do get quite bored about talking about them all the time, but you were there, Joe. And I'm hearing it was really toxic.
You said captivating. It's a captivating story because of where they were. Europa League winners, massive club, new stadium. I've gone there, and it was honestly, it was like a morgue. Like it was so quiet. It was the tension was palpable. The players, and I thought the choice of how to play, the style of play from Igor, is exactly how you cannot start a game at home when the tension's in the moment. You've got to give them something to get on, like a tackle. The players looked quite shackled when they played. He went to a free and he played Archie Gray as a right wing back, and Porro was inside. And I'm like, lots of really.
I feel sorry for Archie Gray. He's played everywhere on that pitch.
Archie Gray was the best player.
He's a great footballer. He's a great footballer.
Did you know who else is quite good?
Go on.
The cameraman.
Yeah, the cameraman.
The way he kept panning to these Tottenham
Yeah, because
fans.
people need to.
They were in pain, mate.
Entertaining. I didn't get to see
That
it.
is a true. That's a good point.
That's a horrible cameraman right there. He kept going back
Must have been a West Ham fan.
Kept going back to this same guy with his his hat and beard, mate. He was.
I saw a guy with a hat on, and he had big spurs in gold across his, and he just looked miserable. Saw another guy like that.
That's how it was all around me.
Yeah.
People were like in disbelief.
Yeah.
Like, it even got to the point where a couple of Spurs fans who were sitting next to me going, Joe, like messing about, get your boots on.
Oh, yeah, that one's always happened.
Like, wow.
That one always is willed out, like when you're not doing well, innit? Like,
there was something about that game, even the lads group chat, I'm in a couple with you, and in a couple of others, my mates from back home, but it was like everyone was excited for this game.
Yeah,
I know.
But they couldn't believe what they were seeing.
We've got no Spurs fans in our group chats, by the way, but everybody was excited to see what was going to happen, what was going to unfold. It was like the suspense of the whole day.
It was like the UN trying to the thing that brings everyone together. You know what I mean? Everyone was bad with Arsenal, Millwall.
We've got Millwall fans in our group. We've got all sorts going on.
I think that's the first.
We have actually got one Spurs fan, but he's really quiet at the moment. You know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Tell.
Oh, he's very quiet, isn't he?
Very quiet. He's not even come in today. He's not even come in.
Whenever he gets mentioned, he doesn't actually say anything, does he?
No, he leaves
He's chasing the pan note somewhere. We know that.
Do you know what?
Just to take his mind off things.
I don't know. And I feel a bit bad saying I actually felt from a little bit.
No. I've never been in a stadium with that feeling because you know me. I work on feelings. Right?
Yeah, vibes,
and it was so strange. So strange, and it transmitted to the players.
So you've never been in that environment like that.
No, I've been in toxic environments where it's like anger.
But this is
and
not.
This wasn't anger. This was like.
They'd had enough.
This was like.
Was it like being at a funeral?
Yes.
Disenchantment.
Oh my God. Disenchantment.
That's crazy.
Did you notice it in the players being there and watching the way it was going, everything?
Body language. Even Mickey van der Ven, when he given away, when he got sent off, right? Because Mickey van der Ven, I think, is a fantastic footballer.
Yeah.
Right, but I question the attitude a little bit, right? Because of his actions, right? And that can be changed. I don't like to question players' attitudes, but when I see the behaviour, like, you know, when he with Thomas Frank, he done that, and there's a few little things, right? Not questioning his ability. I think he's outstanding. But
his perception right now is not great.
So here's what that does. That atmosphere, what it does to players, even of that quality, the ball goes over the top. Sarr takes a bad touch, right? And he grabs his arm with. There's no need. The goal is basically in the goalkeeper's hand. Sarr won't get in there. But like when we talk about atmospheres affecting the players, it's things like that, and little things like Cole. You know, like when they're Bridge. You know when you like. You've got the press on, you're in the low block, and you're a fullback, and you're pressing someone, they're going facing the wrong way. They can't get out, and you've got bodies, you're going to get them. And then they're just so anxious, scrambling all over, giving away a foul. And then the ball comes in the box, and then goalkeeper looks a mess. Do you know what I mean? The goalkeeper as well. Yeah, but it was just strange. It was.
They do need to address their defence, and I think the goalkeeper's a big one for them as well. But you say that Chelsea had Sanchez blundering for quite a while as well. But I think he's improved though.
I think it's their like you said about it's their body language. If you're not gonna
mindset, it's just mindset.
You've got to get everything right. You've got to know what everyone's doing. Know your jobs. Do it, and it's kind of like can't let that head go down. Was it one of them like when the goal goes in? Do you reckon their heads? Could you see their heads just go?
Yeah. Fear. You see fear in their eyes.
I don't think people realise.
They'll be better away from home.
You'll look at the teams down there and you'll think, they can beat them, they can beat them. But you don't realise how much the fear of them, some of them players down there, they'll be thinking, mate, can't lose today. That affects your game.
Which is a strange. I don't know what Tottenham fans will think if they're listening to this. Richarlison not being picked is a strange one for me. He spent his whole career in the dogfights, Watford and Everton. Like he's the type of character that whatever's going to happen, he's going to have a go. He scored the other day, nearly had a row with someone. But that's the type of characters you need. Some people who are a little bit like they're not going to be fearful. They're going to be on the front foot. I just want to list this stat here. Since Pochettino's sacking in 2019, Spurs have spent 979 million on players with a net spend of 653 million. Only Chelsea, Manchester United, and Arsenal are ahead of them. That's quite incredible as well, and seeing where they're at.
Really.
Yeah, they've got they've invested in the future apparently, but I just don't see no future. Sorry. That was a low blow. It's a low blow. Kick a dog while it's down, isn't it? Like.
You look at some of the players. Look at some of the players they got.
Yeah,
mate, they got some good players.
That's what I said.
Have they?
They got some good players. They got some. Mate, it ain't going their way at the moment. But they got some good players.
They got Kudus is out at the moment.
Kulusevski, Maddison, all out injured. That's three. That's three starters. Three very good players.
Yeah.
You know, there's that. Here's another stat. The top scorers from the last 3 seasons have all been sold. That never happens at a top club. You know what I mean? When you think about it logically, that's the guy that's banged in the most.
Not a top club.
No, of course they know that. They
know that. They know. They know where they are in the table. Spence is a good player, very good player. Jed Spence.
Yeah. Okay.
You're not having him?
I'm not sure.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure. I need to watch more.
I don't think a lot of people get past in 1v1s. Very good at 1v1 defending.
Have you had many crisis meetings when it ain't going your way?
At a club?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Mate, it's one of them things that you go in and it's just... I can't describe the feeling, but you're going to have a chat.
They need
and
a
do you
night
know
out.
what? Do you know what? You walk out of their meetings. I walk out and I don't feel any better.
No.
I don't know if it's not done right. It's
it just confirms.
Not created togetherness.
It confirms that you're crap. Like, it just that's why it's what it is. It confirms why you're crap. And it doesn't give you no answers to get out of it.
One of
Do
them
you know what I
things
mean?
you've got to make your own luck sometimes, win it? Because when you're down there and you ain't right here, nothing seems to go your way. But when you're up there, things just seem to just click into place for you.
First of all, explain a crisis meeting.
Why are you picking on me for? Oh, because I've had my fair share. I would say in a crisis meeting, look,
what happened?
There's two types. There's two types of crisis meetings, right? You got the one when you're about to fall into the mess, and it's like pick it up, boys. Yeah. You got the one that when you're in the mess. Yeah. What do we do to get out of it?
Yeah.
And then you got the final boss. Yeah. When the manager. Brings out the table at the end. Right. And he's like, okay, we're going to make this season into a mini league. So you got four teams here, yeah? Who's going to come out on top, yeah? And then these are the teams that are going to be coming out to you might get 17th place and you just scrape it.
Bridgie, crisis. Take us into the room of what a crisis meeting is.
My experience is you go in the room and you know what's coming. There's a meeting.
Yeah.
So, and nothing's going well. And you sit down and everyone's there all nice and quiet and the manager will say something like, so, you know, what are we going to do? And then all of a sudden there's just silence and everyone's thinking, who's going to speak? Who's speaking
first?
And there's usually one of the most senior players going to say something. And that one I've been in a bit nicey nice. It was, well, where's the goal's going to come from? And everyone goes, tis. And then it's like, well, someone else has got to score. Do you know what I mean? But it's like, in that moment, we had players that all got on really well. Might have been one or two, but every player then was just on each other's case. Like, we don't stop battling. There's too many heads that get down and stuff like that. So it was kind of a nicey way of doing it. But I think that's because the team got on so well. But it starts off a little bit like that. No one wants to say anything. And then as soon as one person says something, so the conversation... It went okay, do you know what I mean? We got out of it in the end. But there's teams you'll go into, and this is happening, mate, everyone's got an ego. And as soon as someone says something about you and they take it the wrong way, and then the argument starts. Don't get me wrong, that argument can be fixed as long as you get that argument out of the way and then you're friends, you get up and you're going out to battle for each other. But when you haven't got a tight unit, I would have said at West Ham, I would have said the problem was definitely people's heads going and mentally they haven't got it right up there to go out on the pitch and just fight for each other and keep going and going and going and never give up.
On the flip side, when I finished my career, because from a manager's perspective, them meetings, to anything that's underlined, you want to bring it up to the surface.
Oh,
so
like
if I'm sitting there and I'm going, and I'm an attacker, and I'm going, I don't think we're defending right. And you're going, hold on a minute, well, I need you to do that.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, hold on a minute, and you find the solution. So that's basically what a crisis meeting is. And it's also, if there's, because sometimes you get two egos and they're like this, they're peacocking around.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You want it to put it on them, so no, you have to sort it out between you.
You're the type of guy to line them up as well. Just like, look at him walking around like he's the. I can't wait for the meeting.
Mate, it's learning to take the criticism a bit in it and deal with it in the right way. And I think deep down, you know, if you're not pulling your weight or doing what you should be doing.
You do. Coley, you mentioned the mini league being used in the crisis meeting, right? So before we come on air, we looked at the Spurs, Nottingham Forest, and the West Ham's remaining fixtures.
Yeah.
And we think where they're going to get the points is where they're going to end up, right? Now, this is a really interesting...
Is it?
It's interesting. Like, so we've calculated what we think their results will be. And... Shall I go with me first?
You go.
Right,
No, we'll go with you last. And I don't want you to explain yourself.
No, Joe first.
I'll go first, just me, right?
I want him to explain himself.
I'll explain myself, right? I've gone with Forest on 43 points. West Ham on
43.
West Ham on 41 points, and Spurs on 38 points, being relegated. So it's going right down to the wire.
Yeah.
You boys have been. This is Carlton Cole, right?
Go on.
West Ham are going to finish the season on 45 points. Forest are going to get 37 points, and Spurs are going to be out of it by April on 32 points.
Mate, let's get the job done, innit? I think the fans want it.
Bridges
This is a quick death. It's a slow death for them.
Bridges got like no hope for anyone down there, it seems. So West Ham will have 37 points.
Mate.
Forest will have 34 points. And Spurs will have 32 points. I think Spurs have got like 30
but to be
points
honest,
now.
I don't think the point thing really matters. We've come up with the same scenario of the positions they're going to be in.
Yeah. I think
so there ain't much difference.
Not much difference.
Really in like the positioning.
You've got to have some faith in some fighting. There's got to be some fighting.
What do you mean? But we've still got the same outcome, though.
I think you're giving them 3 points.
Yeah, but we've still got the same outcome. He's just giving them loads of points. I'm not giving many of them hardly any points.
All right, okay. All right. So I'll tell you what, we've done our predictions, right?
And we'll see who's closest.
Whoever's closest, on the pod after that, whoever's the furthest away can buy lunch.
I'm reasonable. Look at me.
Whoever wins,
45
whoever
points.
gets closest decides what we do, and then whoever's last has to pay.
All right, sweet. I'm happy with that. I'm 100% going to win that.
Okay, so
mate, you got your hopes up, mate.
I actually gave 32 points. I've done the same as you.
Yeah,
I gave Spurs 32.
He didn't want to do the same as me. He wanted to give them more points.
I did.
He thinks West Ham are getting into Europe. 45 points. Right, from the relegation zone to the Champions League, some great fixtures this week. Bridgie, you've got the fixtures involving all the English clubs. Let's make some predictions.
v Liverpool
in Turkey.
Yeah,
I think that's going to be a draw. That
I was thinking draw as well, and I fancy Liverpool to nick it at home.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I mean, Osimhen's the player, isn't he?
Oh, proper
forward.
player. He's
Coley, how's he not in the Premier League? Like,
I think
he's tied himself in knots with a contract.
That's what he done.
Yeah,
and I think it's and he wants a lot of money as well.
Does he?
It'll be a tough game.
Yeah,
a tough game there.
Yeah,
but he could be a good player in the Premier League. I think he will move here eventually, though. Yeah. Definitely, he's got family here.
Has he?
Yeah.
You sound like you're part. You know.
I know the setup.
Okay.
I think Liverpool nick it overall.
Are you trying to get a little agent's fee to get him into England?
Mate, I work for West Ham.
Well, they're in Europe next year.
Well, he's got to come West Ham, isn't he? Hey?
You got Atletico v Spurs. Atletico at home. I was trying to be nice to the Spurs fans.
You won't. You've given 32 points.
Well, no, but in this game I was going to try and be nice, but I'm still thinking it's going to be 2-0 Atletico, something like that.
I think it'll be 1-0 Atletico. Like Atletico is my most annoying team to watch.
Yeah,
Spurs are good in Europe. These guys don't turn up. They don't turn up for Premier League. They're bread and butter, but they turn up for Europe. It's weird behaviour.
Yeah, strange behaviour.
Yeah, they're just trying to advertise themselves across the world, and domestically they're not interested. What's going on?
Romero's been linked with Atletico Madrid.
Of course he has.
Yeah, he's right up their street.
He's right up their street.
He's just a big, aggressive, angry centre-half causing carnage. Yeah.
Anyway,
getting sent off every other week.
Simeone's gone, he'll do for us.
Right, we're saying they're losing then. Then you got Newcastle at home to Barca.
Now this is the one that I really like. If
do you know what? I think Newcastle do it. You know,
I was at they played him in the group stage.
They've got a chance.
Yeah.
They've got a chance.
I covered the game, right? And what was interesting in the first game, something to look out for, is the way that Newcastle pressed with Gordon as the number 9.
Yeah.
It was brilliant. They dropped off and they set traps, and they got good pressers. They had, you got the boys in midfield. Guimaraes, I think's out. Tonali, Joe Linton.
Tonali, what a player.
They got players. They all bought into it. The place was they should have been 2-0 up.
Yeah.
Newcastle. So the first 20-30 minutes in that game is crucial. Get on.
It's a tough one to call.
I think it's going to finish a draw, but I think Newcastle are going to take the lead. That's my prediction.
Yeah. And then you got Leverkusen v Arsenal. I think that's just Arsenal.
Yeah, it's Arsenal. It's Arsenal. Yeah. They're just good. They're just a good, strong, solid team. And I don't buy into all of the, they're boring or they're winning games of football.
Well, they are boring, but
yeah.
PSG Chelsea.
Two things could be right at the same time. Right? They are boring.
PSG Chelsea.
Yeah, I'm out in Paris.
Oh yeah,
yeah, I'm there.
Oh, you can give us a report on there. Maybe you could try some food and drink this time.
I'll tell you what. Let
us know what a train journey. He is definitely not getting on a train either. By the way, he'll either be on a bike, scooter, or an Uber.
Imagine that. Where you go, Joe? Got to nap on the subway. Got to tell Carl what the train's like.
check the aircon out for me. Yeah,
it's a tough one to call that. Chelsea defo need to strengthen up a bit defensively if they're going to get any kind of result.
Yeah. Yeah,
PSG, Chelsea.
PSG are not quite at it, but nor are Chelsea.
Nor are Chelsea, man.
By heart, I want Chelsea to win, obviously, but I think Chelsea get beat.
I think the advantage is
how they
PSG.
Get beat.
The advantage is with PSG. The league has moved the matches around. They moved games around for them.
I've gone draw. I'm thinking draw for that one.
That's amazing. If Chelsea get
if they get draw,
it's an amazing result.
That'd be a great.
Take them back to the bridge.
I think that's come from my heart. A lot of that.
That's the
I think. Yeah, 2-1 PSG.
And Chelsea's still in it, by the way.
2-1 PSG and then return leg, innit? Yeah. It'll be all right.
And last but not least, Real Madrid v City.
Well, you know the news here, didn't you? Kylian Mbappe is looking like he could possibly out alongside Rodrigo and Bellingham. That's three massive
players for him.
Man City, last time they went there, won 2-1, I believe.
I think there could be a few goals in this.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm going Man City.
3-2
I'm going Man City.
Yeah, I'm going Man City. Man City 3-1. I'm going
3-1.
I'm going big.
I'm going 3-2.
Yeah, mate, it's toxic. That Real Madrid when they go goal down at the Bernabeu, it can get really toxic. Okay, so we've done relegation, we've done Champions League, and before we go, I'll tell you what I was up to this weekend. I was at the Grassroots playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What, the bottom of the barrel.
It obviously went well because he's got a big smile on his face.
He scored.
He definitely scored.
He scored. All right, go on, tell us. Talk. I know why are you mentioning this, but you want to mention it. Still wheeling yourself out on the pitch.
We're literally wheeling myself.
Zimmer frame and all that. Yeah.
So I did a gig for Specsavers. It was like basically it's a question.
Specsavers.
Yeah. They're doing a campaign where they found the worst Sunday League team in the country. Mika Richards is the director of football.
How do they measure that? How do you measure the worst football team in the Sunday League? Worst football team in Sunday League?
Yeah, but listen,
across the map,
across the globe.
It can't be across the globe. It can't be.
Anyway, lovely Luke was the manager. Lovely fella, right, and a great bunch of lads, right. So last year, you know what Sunday League's like, right? So they finished with 4 points and a minus 81 goal difference, right?
Damn, they're bad.
Yeah. But Luke said to me, he said on the positive, we turned up. We had 16 every week. So there's 16 lads getting out of their bed on a Sunday morning. Great lads, right? So Specsavers have swooped in, and they're like, we need to sort this out. So they've got Mika Richards. Mika's the director of football. I was the loan signing. They've had James Milner doing a little bit of fitness with them. They've been put on a fitness program, and this season they got 17 points. And I was coming in for the run-in to try and get promotion, and we won 3-1.
It's the proper grassroots like Sunday League. Lads have been out on a Saturday, had a few beers, but they turned up and played football. Yeah.
Okay.
They've just been going through a tough time.
So they didn't know I was playing yesterday.
I surprised them.
I think they heard it was Jermaine Defoe, so they was a little bit disappointed.
They need goals.
Right, they would have been buzzing you were there. They would have been absolutely buzzing. I bet they were buzzing.
They would have been.
Do you know what it was like? Because I was in Wrexham night before. I didn't get home till late, and I was like, God, as soon as I got there and I smelt the grass,
it
does, doesn't it? It does.
And I got into it. Geezer cleaned me out in the first minute on the floor. And,
what do you mean cleaned you out?
Like, just got tight and just bodied me.
No way.
Did you look at him, say anything? I bet you just got up and walked off.
Of course, I always do.
Yeah, he always does.
You say something.
Mate, any time he gets smashed, there is literally no retaliation. He just gets up and carries on.
Yeah, that's a man that's been down on his luck a few times. That's a man that's used to it.
Like, we got taught as a kid. Never show him you're hurt. Never show him you're hurt.
And do you know what? There ain't a lot of kids.
You can now.
There ain't a lot of kids out there that do that. I've seen one kid who plays in Parker's team, and he's so strong, and he gets stuck in. You know, he plays fair. But he wins a lot of his battles. But when he gets smashed, mate, he just gets up and carries on.
Does he?
Yeah.
So wait
that's the opposite to one of our players that plays with my son.
You've always been good at that.
Yeah. Well, I've had a lot of practice keys.
Yeah. You just get smashed all the time.
My son's teammate, he's under 15s, right? Like, he gets smashed, like, because he's quite quick.
Yeah.
It's always like, but the type of scream when he gets smashed, the type of scream that comes out of his mouth, everyone thinks he's definitely injured. He ain't coming back on. This geezer comes back on and scores a hat-trick every time. I'm like, so credit to you. Credit to you for not wailing like that, because you just carry on with your job.
Yeah.
And you're a prime example to that kid to stop like moaning and just get on with it.
Stop moaning. You might end up with 4 or 5.
You can still play at a good level.
Knees and chins
still
and
banging goals in.
Yeah. I had a great time.
So you banged the goal?
Big up the boys at Worley FC. I really had a good time.
What was your goal like?
Keeper should have done better. I can't lie. It's going to be out there, isn't it? It's going to be out there. Right, great pod. Love that. Bridgie, what do the people need to do?
Yeah, make sure you like, subscribe, rate and review. And how do they get in contact, Carlton?
You can email us on hello@thedressingroom@gmail.com.
Right, lads, we'll be back next Tuesday. Let's hope we have some great football next week.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.